No, I refuse to have fun.
Let's reset the game. Reset the game back to 2002.
Oh no.
I was like little baby. Except I was never little, I was always this tall.
What, you were
Oh,
always
baby.
like 6'2"?
Since at least being like 10 or 11 or 12, which would have been around the time this game came out. So yes, basically.
Okay. Today I learned a thing about FD. Saying that though, I've been 5'10" since I was about 15.
Are we up, by the way?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Man. Menu music though.
Mm-hmm. "20 years of this game. 20 years of my favorite game of all time.
20 years of my crush on Samus.
20 years of repeatedly failing space jump first.
Although, actually, no, it has been more than 20 years because my first exposure to Metroid was Super Metroid.
So somewhere almost close to 30 years.
Oh, don't remind me.
Well, that's
Mine was-
that's it. That's when it first came out. I don't know when you first actually saw it.
I think mine was Fusion? So, that's
Oh.
basically the same time as Prime.
I don't think I have the hybrid shaders turned on or something.
Oh, is it stuttering?
You can hear it.
Hmm.
I have the hybrid shaders on, compiled before starting. It could just be the fact that I'm running the game and the thing, but I don't know. I used to record this game.
Could also just be the opening.
Yeah, it could be.
The gunship is too powerful.
Internal resolution is ×2.
Hi, Ship-chan.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Alright. It might also be that I'm running it full screen versus like a windowed. But yeah, we'll see. This is just meant to be casual play.
I can't believe you're not doing, like, sick world record speedrun strats.
Pretty sure all the speedrunners play on the Wii through the homebrew.
Oh, not the trilogy?
Not
Well,
not trilogy.
Yeah,
They
no, they would have their own.
They or even on real discs. They just play on the Wii. Might be a timing rule or something.
Man, remember the Wii?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did not get it at launch. My parents wouldn't let me.
I did, because... Actually, no, I didn't. I got it the year after it came out, because I got one for my 21st birthday.
That guy looked like he... Wait. He's like up and outside the thing. And... What the hell? Game is... What?
We're
Every
less than
copy of
5
Metroid
minutes into
Prime.
the stream, and we've already broken it.
Every copy of Metroid Prime is personalized.
This copy is just to make me, give me something new every time. like how in this was definitely, you know, the tech demo area as well as the, you know, the proof of concept stuff, because there's so much to scan and every single door tells you where it's supposed to go to. They did not bother with that after you get to the planet. But like this I think was used as an E3 demo area at least once.
So let's talk about our thoughts on Metroid Prime.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're gonna do though for the day.
Hell yeah. So my first exposure to this game was watching FP play it.
And this is your second exposure now.
Third,
Oh yeah, true. Because of the double playthrough.
yeah, there was the
The regular people mode.
yeah, the real people mode and the sequence break. That's the word.
Mm-hmm.
I nearly said system break, and that's not correct.
The system shock mode.
Yeah.
We got to carefully manage the suit upgrades in your inventory.
Vile bought me System Shock 2 for like a Halloween kind of gift.
It was fun to play, but I remember getting, like, I didn't play it when it came out or anything. I remember getting really lost, like a few hours in.
Yeah, that seems to be the experience.
I've only played the demo of the remake.
Oh yeah, the System Shock 1 demo.
Yeah. I am not good at that kind of video game.
No,
I tried
I'm,
playing that too. It was pretty tricky.
I'm not good at any video games. Actually, that's a lie. If somebody can be good at The Sims, I am good at The Sims.
I'm definitely bad at The Sims, so...
I've never tried, honestly.
I mean, you know, I kept Team Frog Nugget alive.
Sort of. A few of us failed out of school.
Yeah, Tai Tai became a guinea pig.
Literal,
Survived.
just piece of... Basically a piece of furniture.
You survived, though.
Yeah.
There was no problem.
You made it all the way to Japan.
Yeah.
And then we all died. Because... we all died of unknown circumstances.
You guys are actually still in my Sims game.
I'm sure we are. Alright, I'm gonna unfull screen this thing. Because, it's just... I want to see if that makes any difference. Oh, no, don't go save again.
Don't go saving my game.
It's weird. Like, some games it's better to full screen a thing. Sometimes it prefers a window. It's like inconsistent with games.
Games make no sense.
They don't. At the same time, to be fair, like... this game already is not perfect in Dolphin. It's probably one of the most, like, complex ones to emulate in some cases. So, like, I get it. It is
Yeah,
that
it's
Smash
Metroid
Bros.
from
Stage.
Smash.
Thanks, Blast.
Can't you just quick missile this?
Yeah. Ugh. Oh, I am noticing enough, like, frame drop stuff that it's giving me some issues.
Perhaps we should have tested this a little bit.
Well,
It's possible they disabled a speed hack or something for the game.
it's also possible that, like my last memories of recording this at the same time is basically while I was doing an LP, so I didn't actually stream it. We did a screen share.
Oh, that's true.
We did a screen share plus a recording. I mean, I was recording it for posterity, but I could also just not record this and just send it as a YouTube upload direct from Twitch.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really going to edit this that much right now. So, you know what? I'm going to stop the recording. Yeah. Let's just do that, because that way it frees up my CPU a little bit more. My CPU is also probably the point of bottleneck on my system right now.
Yeah, so's mine.
Stopping the recording didn't change much there, but you know, here we go. This is how we're dealing with it today. It's funny, playing the randomizer didn't really give me much issue.
But this is?
Yeah, this is vanilla. Though again, I wasn't streaming it or doing anything like that, so.
True.
This is the GameCube original run on Dolphin.
It could just be the frigate, and it might clear up once you get onto the planet.
That's possible. Because the randomizer allows you to skip the frigate entirely and just start from the planet. So I wouldn't have played any of this recently either. No, I just wanted the missiles. The randomizer was real fun and interesting. If it weren't for the fact that I just wanted to do this like straight or relatively so, given that I will be probably sequence breaking, I would have given that a playthrough instead. That piston scared me as a kid. I thought it would damage me. It doesn't. It just pushes you.
I mean, I've told the story about how the music in Super Metroid scared me as a kid.
Oh yeah.
It was the what was it? I don't remember.
I forget, was it the underwater music that's kind of eerie, or was it like the fiery zone? I don't remember. You told me about this.
Yeah, it was somewhere really dumb that should not be scary.
The Green Brimstone?
Maybe?
The jungle area.
It had, like, operatic vocalizations in it.
That's probably... Oh, that's probably a Lower Norfair then. It's like the end of the game area.
Yeah, and for some reason, like, that spooked me as a kid.
The Megmore Caverns theme.
Oh yeah, it's the same music as in this game.
Oh, and I'm... Oh, man, the beat boops.
Come on, game, you can load through this hallway.
I believe in you.
Never got why an explosion would fry all of Samus's suit function. She goes through a lot of explosions. Yeah. Yeah. This is like an electrical explosion or something like that. I don't know. Maybe she hit her head real hard and this is the physical manifestation of a concussion through her suit. Maybe we're concussed for this entire game.
I heard concussed as King Tut.
Maybe we're King Tut for this entire game.
Yeah, maybe it's just Samus having an identity crisis.
I mean, have you seen how many times she's had to fight Ridley?
That's true.
Oh man,
Hello.
Faye, if not for the fact that I don't have a capture card on hand, and Switch emulation is a no for my PC, I would love to play Dread.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
we've discussed this.
Having played Fusion, we're basically set for that.
Yeah. Hello, cat.
Of course, having played Fusion, we're also set to play other M. What's this one?
I mean, would you like to subject yourself to that?
Damn it! I was gonna try to do this on first try, Ty.
Realistically, you should play Other M immediately after Super, because that's when it takes place.
Yes, but playing it after playing Fusion helps understand like why it was so panned. It's feeling a lot like...
Christmas?
No, I was gonna say laggier than usual. Which is unfortunate. Because it's like I did this LP 7 years ago. It's like how my PC couldn't have gotten worse since
Yeah.
then. So... Trying to do the fancy... Yeah, I'm trying to get the space jump. There we go.
Cat's just sat on the floor staring at me.
Yeah? Well, one or both?
Just swallow. Topher's probably doing a thing somewhere. Just cat stuff.
Yep.
Oh
Good old
man,
safety save.
Yeah, mostly because I want to see if I can turn the internal resolution back to normal. See if that helps. And I didn't know if it would cause me to have to reset or something.
I didn't come with a recipe prepared.
Where are you supposed to?
Yeah, because every time me and Tai Tai are in an LP together, like at least once in the recording session, I have to give out a recipe.
Huh.
It's tradition.
It's also tradition to have Ty get on for the final episode, but I mean,
Well,
I
if we're
guess
doing it in one sitting,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is the final episode.
yeah.
Doo-doo-doo.
Enjoy that lack of anti-aliasing.
Wonderful. So what games has everybody been playing?
Well, my best friend bought me Pokemon,
Nice.
so I started playing that.
Tai Tai, what have you been
Sorry,
playing?
I was chewing. I've been playing the new Sonic, mostly.
Yeah,
And then
Kat says it's really good.
I'm not all the fun with it. I thought I wouldn't, but I am.
Yeah, I remember how worried you and I both were when it was first announced.
I do not trust an open world Sonic game, and luckily it's not an open world Sonic game.
It's just like really open zones or something.
Yeah, when they said open zone, they meant open zone. It's much closer to Mario
So, like,
Odyssey
I was-
size levels.
I was going to say, is it more Mario Odyssey than Breath of the Wild?
The closest comparison I can make is to the open world Spider-Man games, but each one of those is a smaller level instead of an entire city.
Yeah.
Because the main thing is just going around the level collecting stuff, and what makes it fun is that you're playing as a character whose movement is inherently fun.
It's also good, I guess, that he controls well and plays fun in this game, because he doesn't always in all his games.
He controls really, really well. Like, this is the best feeling 3D Sonic controls.
That's good to hear.
It gets weird in the 2D sections because there's no momentum because you need to be able to stop and turn on a dime.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go through a loop, you can kind of Sonic 4 the loops.
Oh.
But because the loops are just set pieces, because it's a 2D section in a 3D Sonic game, it doesn't really matter that much.
I was curious if I could get the item like right as the cutscene was about to play, and I was just right above it.
So I have been rereading Higurashi no Naku Koroni because the creator is the director of one of the new Silent Hill games, Silent Hill Forte,
Oh yeah.
or Silent Hill F, as some people are calling it.
I'm not sure the internal resolution did altered very much in how this is working, so if that's the case, I'm gonna put it back up.
But considering the themes of Higurashi, I'm actually really confident that he can do a good Silent Hill. Which is good, because Bloober Team are remaking Silent Hill 2, and that makes me sad.
Everyone is sad about that one. No one.
I have, like... I've never played or experienced any of the Silent Hills, so I don't really...
I'm in the middle of experiencing Silent Hill 2 for the first time. Oh, I almost had it. Oh well. It's just another missile.
So, Tai, are you aware of Bloober Team's reputation for handling sensitive topics?
Not really, actually.
Oh boy!
The answer is they don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't. Trauma is your fault and will hurt the people around you, so if you have trauma, you might as well just kill yourself. Is the takeaway from most of their games.
I know that Silent Hill 2, despite me not having seen it all, is very much about, mental health and such like that. And so, knowing that this team is doing this and having no good track record for actually handling sensitive topics...
Makes it worrisome.
Yeah. Also, the pictures that we saw already are kind of laughable.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that James is having trouble because he looks so sad the whole time.
And he makes action movie hero quips.
You know the picture of at the mirror, Ty? Like, it's kind of the iconic scene, him looking at the mirror and seeing his reflection.
I can Google it real quick.
Yeah, like, I'm sure you've seen it before.
Yeah.
So they showed it in the remake, and like in the original, it's kind of a neutral pose or neutral expression.
Because James feels nothing constantly.
Remake, he's sad. He's just...
He's a sad dad.
Yeah, except he's not even a dad.
No, he is not. Well, as far as he knows, anyway.
Fair.
He really does look incredibly sad in these screenshots.
And, like, that's not the point.
Yeah.
Like, the point of James Sunderland is that he is dead inside.
Yeah, so I'm going through, and I've been meaning to play more, but it's hard to get me, my roommate, and all that together to do it some nights. But I'm interested to keep going.
I think you will like it.
I am currently in the hospital.
Okay.
And I've just hit the Hell Hospital, from what I remember.
Oh, the Otherworld Hospital? Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, this looks different. Also, my map has reset all the rooms that I've entered. I'm in an alternate dimension.
You've been transported to the spooky zone?
I mean, that's saying a lot, because it was already spooky zone. But yes.
Yeah, Silent Hill 2 is genuinely a really scary game.
And I'm playing it on actual PS2.
Nice.
Not the remake.
That's good.
Yeah, the HD remake where they removed all the fog because the fog is only there because of technical limitations. Therefore, we can just remove it and we can show more of the scene. No, you fools. That fog was there for both technical limitations and atmospheric, like, it's there for atmosphere.
The fog is the entire point of Silent Hill, isn't it?
It's also what makes it a
yeah.
lot more scary. Because when you can only see like 10 feet in front of you, enemies actually pop out. So removing the fog is defeats the purpose. Or, well, not totally removed, but just missing. Like, less of it.
It removes a lot of the atmosphere that Silent Hill 2 is famous for.
Mm-hmm. How can you be eating pizza at a time like this?
Oh, I love that line so much.
It was funny. Liquidy was waiting for that line to show up. But I was like, I'm pretty sure you've actually just said that at one point to me. Like we were having pizza or
sit there and
something.
eat pizza.
Yeah, like we were just eating pizza or something and he said it. But he doesn't remember saying it to me. Because he was disappointed, expecting me to laugh a little more at it, I guess.
Yeah, and because you'd never experienced Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, I mean
You had no context for it.
It is a pretty great line addition.
It's such a good line read. Do you know anything about the voice actor that played James?
No.
Good, keep it that way.
Okay. Bees!
You're getting some very bad incinerator drone RNG.
For whatever reason, where the part where I got knocked back into there, I was having trouble locking onto anything. I don't know why.
So what's everybody drinking today?
Water.
Water.
Yeah, I have water, but it has a fruit infusion in it, which is mango and passion fruit with hibiscus.
That's pretty good.
Science team has vapor for brains. We got the morph ball.
I got the bombs for the morph ball. I had the morph ball.
Because the place that makes the most sense is inside the thing with the flamethrower.
So some of Metroid Prime's devs are giving stories about the game for the 20th anniversary, and that little gate that's in the morph ball door, the morph ball tunnels, is there to prevent you from falling out of the world before the game is loaded. Because if they said without those doors there were instances of you could just go through the tunnels so fast that you would just fall right out the room geometry on the other side because it wasn't loaded in.
Hello, Swala. I am attempting to look at a thing on that screen. That thing is not your butt.
She's just playing look at this cat's asshole.
I am...
Losing?
You know what? No, I can't see it because there's so much fluff.
Ah.
Like, I don't know if you've never met a Norwegian forest cat, but they are incredibly fluffy.
I have not, but Kasnorf has a very fluffy cat, which probably not exactly the same amount of fluff, but, you know, a lot.
Certainly an amount of fluff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she has spotted a piece of dust on the ceiling.
Excellent. before playing the randomizer recently, the last time I played this game was the LP. So it was almost like 7 years since I'd played this.
Dang.
Because we did the LP in 2015, early 2016.
It's a long time.
Yeah,
It is a long time.
it's kind of ridiculous how long ago it actually was.
I've moved house twice since then.
Me too.
Except it was to... No, actually, I've moved house 3 times since then.
Actually, yeah, I would have also been 3. I would have moved from my childhood home to college, then back to home from college because after I finished it, and then now out to somewhere else. Ooh, coming out of that door is not... The game does not like that.
Hello, Swallow.
Alright, let's go fight a plant.
Have you ever tried to punch a flower?
Have you?
Not yet.
Be the change you want to see in the world, Tie-Dye.
I'm sure that plant deserves it.
Yeah, it's probably one of those, like, asshole flowers that smells like a corpse.
Did I not scan something properly? Oh, I didn't scan the thing down there properly. I was at the wrong angle. There's a freaking, there's a scan point for if you're looking at it at one angle versus another.
And of course, just as I'm talking about weird nature shit, Mr. Vile is here.
For nostalgia purposes, be sure to have the game freeze multiple times in a loading hallway after the boss, so you have to fight it 3 times. Yeah.
Vile, whichever is the one that smells like a corpse, I think
It's Reflesia.
Is Reflesia the one that smells like a corpse?
Yeah,
I
that's
know
the
that...
corpse flower.
Yeah, Titan Arum is just big.
Both of them smell like corpse. Awesome.
Do they? Oh, cool.
Love plants.
And see, this is why we have to punch them.
Why do they smell like corpse? Oh, it's to attract flies, isn't it?
I think so.
I believe one of them's carnivorous and one of them's uses the flies as pollinators. I know some of the carnivorous plants also do a stink, so...
I'm gonna bet that Flagra smells like corpse.
It's a good thing Samus has a helmet.
Oh, so thanks to that thread of developers sharing their stories from Metroid Prime's development, FP actually learned a cool fact about the little code, like matrix overlay that pops up when Samus gets hurt.
Yeah. Specifically it's the electrical damage.
But it is the code for Metroid Prime.
The actual game's machine code. Because they needed something that... The textures were too small. It was too blurry if they were to use an actual texture for it. But the texture cache was too small on a GameCube, so they had to go and try something else.
And so they did it with something that the game was already rendering.
Yeah. Super interesting way to handle that. Oh, you asshole. He reset it.
Clara. Isn't that the thing that's made with goose liver?
That's that's foie gras.
I'm aware. I'm pretending to be slightly less intelligent than I am for the funnies.
I'm pretending to just ruin the joke for other funnies.
What do you mean pretending to?
I'm pretending that I'm funny.
Same.
I can't even pretend.
I haven't baked a cake in a while. Oh, Mr. Weil, you should go check out the spider chat for a thing. Do you know my name in high school? So guys, did you know that spiders get huge?
I'm sure they can.
Also, a weird thing about my brain. Thinking about Metroid Prime makes me want to watch Alien.
I mean, that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I've never seen Alien.
Well, it doesn't mean... It's not that you have to have seen it to think that. It's more just like, oh, the idea makes sense. What was that about to do? Does it have more like an attack I'm not aware of? It looked like it was about to charge a laser or something.
Shoot the wood.
I don't think I've seen it do that before either. Thud.
Oh yeah, FP, we still need to watch Velocipasta.
I think we... No, I don't think I watched that. I think you watched it with other people.
No, I didn't. We were going to, but then nobody responded when I said, okay, then let's make a time to get together and watch this bad movie.
Oh, okay.
Because trying to organize anything in Team Prognugget is like trying to herd kittens. Because nobody responds to your questions.
Lure them in with promises of Fire Emblem chat or something. Except they'll all know that you're lying at that point.
T-pose for dominance.
I mean, she could, and I would, I would relent.
Love how you specifically tried to think of a word that wasn't submit.
Yeah, because I wasn't trying to think of it in that manner.
I was.
Well, I know you were. See, that's why you want to watch Alien, because Ripley is Samus enough.
She is very attractive in her own way, but she is not Samus.
Gosh, how
Yeah, Samus has pauldrons.
how how old is Sigourney Weaver these days?
Hey Google. Hey Google. How old is Sigourney Weaver? No shit.
Oh, is she the funny number?
No, she's 73 years old.
Okay. The way you said it made me think it was the funny number.
No, but damn, she looked good.
I know. She's just... I'm not gonna say past, like, too old for it, but, like, I'm just imagining, like, an Alien-era Sigourney Weaver playing Samus in a Metroid movie. That'd be good.
P, my gay heart can't handle this.
The shoulder pads are giant cooling fans. They must be. Yeah, they must be.
Oh, I love the music in this area.
I think this is the music that scared you.
Yes. Because I remember you making... Well, I remember making a joke. No, you made a joke that, like, I'm glad it doesn't scare you anymore, and then I said, well, yeah, because I'm no longer 8 years old, and then you said it's hard to tell sometimes. And I will have you know I am 36 and a half. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but at the time you may or may not have even been 30 yet, so clearly you were just, like, a tiny child.
When did we record?
Second half of 2015 into 2016. You might have just been.
Yeah, well, my birthday's in March, so...
Okay, I think you would have been. Because you're gonna be 37.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you were just 30. I remember when we did the sequence break run of this, I like specifically got myself over to Omega Pyro with like no gravity suit and 4 energy tanks.
Yep.
Why would you want to fight Omega Pirate with that little?
Because I can. And did.
Yeah, but personally, I
Remember
would
when we
have
broke-
picked up some more E-tanks.
Remember when we broke the game with the flamethrower?
Yes. Also, Ty, I was in go fast mode.
Fair enough.
Clearly, I should have had no E-tanks to go faster.
You should have done the Magmore run and got there with just the power suit.
I think you need 3 E-tanks for that one. Whoop.
Oh, speaking of me being horrendously gay, I was watching a friend play Resident Evil Village,
Mm-hmm.
And yep,
Oh, just
just yep.
the tall lady.
She's very tall.
Tall, mean lady.
You can play as her in Mercenaries mode there. And she is just that tall, and so to get through doors you have to crouch.
Yep. Just, yep.
Ah yes, thank you, game. Letting me know about the save station. I can see through the door.
But what if you didn't know?
The hit system is incredibly well done.
I'm amazed it didn't start giving me the hints for the wave beam as soon as I picked up the jump boots.
Mmm.
The compass has a new function. That's like your one Zelda joke that you get from me today.
Thank you. For the joke, not for running out of them so I don't have to hear anymore.
You thought of that one all by yourself, huh?
Wasn't trying to make a joke. Oh, jeez. These little lice guys.
They tortured me in the randomizer run I did.
Oh yeah, I remember I was playing that. I was playing the one where it was just like really weird, and I didn't get like missiles for the first like 10 items or something. Ty.
Mmm. That is... It's a long time to delay them. They're usually the first or second item.
Yeah. I think it's because I had extra door caps on, so I could have some additional like things to find and open without needing them.
Okay, I'm back.
Where did you go?
My internet decided to not.
Unfortunate. Decided to internet. Jeez.
This is why Mr. Vile and I are friends.
It's true.
I mean, also because of that one time he sent me live spiders.
In the mail.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that has to be done very carefully.
Yes.
Why does the hidden system want you to go all the way back to Chozo Ruins?
Because I never picked up the first missile.
Oh! Oh, so you're just gonna keep getting spammed with that hint for the rest of the game.
As long as I don't go and pick it up, yeah.
Are things weak to bombs?
Yeah, if you bomb the butt.
I mean, to be fair, if you bombed my butt, I would probably be incredibly weak to that as well.
Because the other option is sitting there and trying to shoot it in the neck. Manually.
Hmm.
Which is doable, it's just kind of tough. Man, I would really like to hear anything about Metroid Prime 4. But at this point, I'm kind of getting really worried about it.
Same. Which is sad, because... like, we fell out of our chairs.
Almost.
No, I believe I actually did.
I thought you fell out of your chair for Federation Force before you realized what it was.
Yeah, because I saw the words Metroid Prime and was like, oh, it's the thing that I like.
Yeah.
And then I felt really bad about it afterwards.
I've still never played that game. I feel like I should at least try it once, but... yeah. What?
I looked at the map out the corner of my eye, and it looked like just a goldfish hanging out in the in the top right of your UI. It's like this really fancy goldfish.
Samus just has like a desktop pet on her visor at all times.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
She downloaded it from like a really shady website.
Or like a window sitter.
Oh man, I remember having one of those.
I definitely had one at one point. Weren't you like looking into how to redo them or make them again, Ty, or something like that?
The window sitters?
Yeah, I remember you mentioning something about window sitters the other day.
I kind of had a vague idea of wanting to make a new one, but I haven't programmed since pretty much since I graduated university.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty small, like, you know, something to kind of get back into.
A little
I guess.
project, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah yes, bringing back Windows it is.
Yeah.
Are we gonna bring back Kazaa and LimeWire as well?
I think I will have to, because that's how you download them, right?
Well, no, because there's those free anime ones that were just on a Japanese GeoCities.
Is that what all the Jewel ones were based off of?
Yes.
I remember having one when I was younger that was like that samurai chick from Lavina.
Space pirates should just consider leaving malware apps laying around as quote-unquote power-ups. They really should, but they're also the same guys who make doors they can't go through.
They put tubes in all their bases that just don't run anything through them. Like, the Chozo doing it makes sense, because you're supposed to use the Morph Ball to get through those. But the Space Pirates, no idea.
The space pirates aren't the smartest.
Deciding how I want to do this. Because right now I could go back to Chozo Ruins and get Ice Beam. I should probably do that. That way I can then just exit out the backside of the pirate base. Actually, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna actually gain anything because you have to do this every time you want to go back through this room without Spider Ball. I guess I'll just open these and then leave the room. Because I needed the wave beam. Oh, I know what it was. If I wanted to be quote-unquote optimal, like, I wouldn't have had to grab Boost Ball there. All I would need to do is go and get the wave beam, then turn around and leave. Because you need the wave beam to get to the ice beam. Give me the Ridley cutscene.
No.
Well, it's giving it to me, so I guess the game is fine with that. There he goes.
Hello?
So
Hey,
you ever
PW.
leave a room and not bring your phone with you and then not go back in that room for like an hour?
Was that what happened?
Yeah. I was downstairs sitting in my living room playing games on my 3DS instead of on my phone.
Yeah,
so I
that's
didn't
fine.
realize that stuff was happening. Anyway, how goes Metroid?
It's a little choppier than I'd like because of the emulation and such, but it's still Metroid Prime.
I thought this game was one of the ones that emulated pretty well these days.
Well, better, but my PC hasn't really gotten upgraded that much on the CPU side since the original LP, probably.
Oh.
And it could just be showing its age. Plus, at the time when I did it, I only recorded it. I didn't stream it. I would think the recording would be more taxing, but I don't know.
Updates to Dolphin making it run more accurately have probably made it slower as well.
Could be.
Yeah, there is that.
Like, it's fine, but you'll hear it. Well, you probably won't hear it because you're not watching with audio, but like there is a little bit of the game's audio is very much tied to its frame rate.
Oh, so it gets a little crunchy sometimes?
Yeah, when it slows down, it's kind of crunchy. I decided to just play it like whatever way I wanted. And so,
Yeah, so it's like half being played like a normal person and half being played like FP.
Like a speedrunner.
well, no, I don't do enough speedrun tricks. I don't know enough of them. I just know the basic sequence break tricks, but not how to do it all super fast.
Someday, we should do that Prime 3 LP.
Yeah.
Because I'm the Prime 3 apologist.
Well, we should, but like, I'm in that even less of a situation to do it now that I have no capture card, and Dolphin recording definitely didn't work, even when I originally tried it.
Hey, you want to borrow an Elgato? I think I have mine on hand now.
Well, in that case, could maybe do it. When we actually have time, as all of us get older and have no more time.
Hey, I have weekends.
I sometimes get a day off.
I probably don't get weekends soon enough.
Back in with my parents, I have all the time in the world.
Oh yeah, PW, the brewery opened up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. They kind of specialize in, like, lagers and stuff like that. So if that interests you, you should, see about finding some time to stop by.
To me, the other week I drank a Black Forest Stout.
Oh,
Which
I'm
I'm
floating.
not.
Samus is floating in the air.
So I'm not normally a fan of stouts, but I am a fan of cherries. Hello, cat.
I mean, I usually just grab whatever IPA happens to be on hand.
See, I don't like IPAs.
Yeah, I prefer lighter stuff.
Most people don't, and it's kind of fucked up that it became, like, the standard beer.
It kind of became like the standard brewery beer.
I think they're supposed to be, like, one of the easiest ones to make, and that's why breweries started making a shit ton of them.
Hmm. It's easy to make garbage.
I think it's something, like, it has a low turnaround time.
Yeah, like, that's fair. And I don't really have a strong opinion on IPAs in the end. It's just that, I just prefer something lighter. To which when the guy, because we helped him out a little bit with providing some cabling and some game stuff for them, and offered like, hey, you want a drink? And I was like, sure. What do you have that's light? And they handed me one. That was just so incredibly smooth as a beer. Like,
Oh yes, like beers that go down smooth are
like this was
fucked up.
4.5%. So yeah, it's not much, but it was just like, where's the? There's nothing here telling me that this is a beer, basically, in terms of, like, there's no burn, there's no anything like that. I was like, this is a dangerous beer. And then they have a variant on that one with a little bit of extra, like, lime, lemon, some additional spices added.
Do you ever get the chance, try a strawberry fruity? It's a German, I believe. It's a German, I believe. It's a German beer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very light and has strawberries in it, and it's delicious.
Nice.
It also comes in cherry and peach.
Not a huge fan of beers in general, light or not.
Yeah, I'm not really either, but it's like if I have to drink one, I know what I would prefer to have. And so like I was very pleasantly surprised by that one.
One of the nicest beers I've ever had was a grapefruit Hefeweiss. I do not know how to describe it other than it tastes like grapefruit and very light beer.
Hmm.
So I'm not a big beer person. I prefer cider, but I've had some fucking good ciders.
I mean, the most common theme between the beers that I drink casually is usually they go good with some kind of citrus in them.
See, I like sweet ciders. So like strawberry, raspberry.
Oh wow, the game really does not like the safe room.
This one room, like coming out that door, does a real lag. But there's small bits of there's hiccups as I'm playing it, and I'm feeling it constantly, which is weird because I was playing the randomizer and I don't remember it feeling so rough. And, like it could be the streaming part, but I don't know.
Except you did also stream that over Discord at one point, which puts a little bit of strain on the system.
Yeah, which is why I'm kind of like, I'm not
Is
sure
Steam
why.
downloading something in the background on you?
Nope. That's alright. It's time to...
Vibrate against a wall for a little bit?
Yep. Time to do this thing that works for some reason. Still no idea why this works.
So if Samus got drunk, would she be a wine mom?
No, she strikes me as an IPA person.
No, she strikes me as a gin drinker.
Okay.
Straight or gin and tonics?
I think she would mix it. I think she would mix it. She wouldn't go full straight. Oh, God. I forgot I have a lesbian in the call.
Listen, we have no context for Samus' sexual orientation, considering the only men she's ever interacted with are, like, Adam,
Anthony.
the other guy from... Yeah, Anthony. I was gonna say the other guy from Other M, and birds. And Adam is basically
A bad
a
choice.
well, he's a father figure to her, and Anthony doesn't exist.
It's kind of sucks that Other M is not great on that regard, because Anthony's... It seems like the two of them actually do have a friendship. From what little the game actually lets you see of them.
I wouldn't hate if they brought him back in a future game.
Yeah.
Just like I didn't hate them basically effectively fixing Adam with how much... Where the parts where you're actually dealing with the Adam AI in Dread, as opposed to...
Well, there's difference. There was always a difference between like how he's presented in Fusion and then how he was in Other M. And Dread goes back to the Fusion interpretation, which... Good.
Yeah. but specifically, I mean, like, the handful of times that
I
you
don't
know
have
you are
Spider Ball.
actually
I can't go
dealing with...
bowling right now.
Oh no.
It's alright, I'll just have to do the other thing. There we go.
Dread is such a good video game.
Yeah, I was saying to Faye that now that we've played Fusion, same deal with getting a capture card. We have to play that one, she and I. I mean, I keep talking about it, but like, a part of me does want to do another M1 just because, like, I've done a bunch of others in the series, and like, while I don't like how it turned out, I'm one of the people who also kind of not an apologist for it, but just like sees the potential in the game that was all missed.
There is a game there that theoretically, on some level, could have worked, except everything about it was done as piss poorly as they could have. What if we made a game that introduced more characters to the Metroid universe and focused more on
Samus and her
Samus as a
story.
character?
Good idea. Let's do it very badly. Bad idea.
Man, remember Good Idea, Bad Idea from the Animaniacs?
Yes. Wasn't there like an Animaniacs reboot sometime in the last couple years?
Yeah, there was.
I remember people being sort of excited about it and then never hearing anything about it after that.
I feel like that's just... You're right, but also I feel like that happens with so much now. It's like just the culture of everything. Like, you hear about a thing, you get excited for it in the wait up, and then it comes out, you're cool with it for like a week, and then you forget and move on. Everything is transient.
Unless you're Magic the Gathering fan, in which case you're not even given the time to get cool with it anymore.
It's true.
It comes out and immediately you must now start getting excited for next new thing.
Excuse me, I think you mean to say thing doesn't come out for another week, here's the spoilers for the next thing. Honestly, frankly, I'm amazed that we didn't get Phyrexia All Will Be One spoilers yet.
Isn't there something else in between that? Like some kind of product?
Probably, but I have no idea offhand.
I mean, their stock's plummeting, so maybe they'll figure it out.
No, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that there's some supplemental product in between.
Oh, I know. The Christmas secret lair that nobody got to buy.
Why did
I mean, technically, yes, but...
The Advent Calendar secret lair was printed ahead of time so that they could ship it out to people.
Yeah, it was not
December.
It was not print to order. They should have had a print to order option on top of the.
Like, I get it. That's not a bad idea. Is make it ahead of time so you can ship it by this time, because secret lairs tend to take kind of a long time to get out.
They are finally shipping out the coin flip one from like
last year.
A year ago.
Yeah. So, like, I get it, but yeah, it did not work well. They had a limited supply of these things, and they were all sold out within 10 minutes. And then immediately hawked on eBay. They were $150.
Right, the next thing that's supposed to be coming out is Dominaria Remastered. Also, I think the actual, what's it called? The actual Jumpstart product and not the we are redoing intro decks and calling it Jumpstart is supposed to come out soon. Man, talk about fucking up your branding.
Mm-hmm.
Jumpstart was a thing as somebody who, you know, sold it.
Jumpstart was great.
Jumpstart's functional problem as like a fan is that
It was extremely short printed in Europe.
It was short printed, and they made some of the packs too powerful. So instead of being a fun little thing you could buy and just kind of fuck around with, you get shit like Allosaurus Shepherd, the $200 chase mythic.
I got my Cathar's Crusade from Jumpstart, and it's one of the best cards in my Risa Redeem deck.
Like, Jumpstart, great idea. But then this time they did the same fuck up that they did with Commander Legends, and they just slapped a completely unrelated product name on something. So now you have Jumpstart Brothers War, I think it actually is called.
It's a Jumpstart booster for each new set.
Yeah, and
The
but then
idea
you also
is
still have the
Jumpstart,
actual
but
Jumpstarts, and they are not compatible at all. And the Jumpsters for the new sets are
very bad. They're theme boosters.
they're theme boosters, a product that already existed and had a name.
And was also kind of bad.
Theme boosters made sense in like Strixhaven and like, you know, New Capenna and stuff like that.
Alfheim, they sort of made sense because they were based around the tribal archetypes.
Yeah.
But like, ostensibly for what their purpose was, they were really bad because the purpose was for new players to focus on opening packs of stuff relevant to them.
Yeah.
Except rule number one of getting into Magic the Gathering is the minute you start actually deck building, stop buying packs and start buying singles.
Unless you don't care and just want to have fun.
Yeah, if you want to crack packs, go ahead and crack packs. But like rule number one of like trying to play at all, even slightly competitively, is basically
Yeah.
do not attempt to crack packs fishing for the cards you need. Just fucking buy them on the secondary market.
Also, Mr. Vile, if you want to try drinking gin without the thing of drinking cologne, which is valid, because most straight gin tastes like cologne, try gin liqueurs like the...
Oh, we lost you.
Goodbye, Faye.
She's vanished.
Never to be seen again.
I can tell that my inputs are sometimes getting eaten due to the lag. So what I'm probably going to do is get Spider Ball before getting Plasma Beam, instead of doing the run around.
The ridiculous slime.
Well, I can do the climb, but
For safety's sake.
yeah, because that requires more precision than it seems like the game is going to give me right now.
My internet here is extremely unstable.
Noted.
Welcome back.
You were starting to talk about the gin liqueur, but you didn't hear the name for it.
Just like the trendy, like, you know, unicorn gin and shit like that. I have a honey gin by the Small Batch Company, and it's really good. It just tastes like liquid honeycomb, which I guess is honey. Now that I think about it.
Pretty likely. Man, why is the game just... It's just not emulating well. Happy 20th anniversary.
Nintendo re-released games on modern hardware challenge 2023. Impossible.
I mean, I do understand it. Phendrana Drifts is usually... There's enough particles here that it does affect
Yeah.
the emulation. Particles and fog and stuff like that, but I'm just still surprised.
Hey, remember when there was speculation that the G was coming to the Switch that immediately fucking died the minute Dread actually released?
There's been speculation that the trilogy's been coming to the Switch for like the last 4 years.
I mean, usually it seems like Nintendo will re-release something when they do have something big in the cards. But, like...
Yeah.
It's this weird case where Prime 4 should have been out by now, but...
Yeah, really. We're coming up on, what, 6 years since announcement? 7? No, it would be
it was
6.
announced like a year or two after the Switch initially
Oh, no,
came
no,
out.
it was announced at the original one. So...
Oh, right, no, it was.
So it's,
yeah, it was part of the Switch
It'll be 6 years.
launch. Yeah.
Next E3 period.
Which, I mean, honestly, how much longer does the Switch have left in its lifetime? I figure the way Nintendo does products, maybe 2-3 years tops, which is still, that's still a longer lifetime than its contemporaries.
It's a longer lifetime than most consoles. The only other console that kind of went the same length of time would be the 360, which was around for 8 years.
Original Game Boy too, but that had Pokemon saving its ass.
Yeah.
Plus, that gets into a weird question of, even though Game Boy Color did in fact have its own games that ran unique to that system, do you count the Game Boy Color and the original Game Boy as two different systems or not?
Or do you count it as the DSi incremental upgrade?
Yeah. Well, because it's not like
it was more of its own system than any of Nintendo's future incremental upgrade systems.
Yeah, the example I was going to use was like, oh, you've got the new 3DS, which is effectively an even stronger console revision. Nintendo was still releasing regular games that ran on the regular 3DS after the release of the new 3DS.
Yeah.
It's
because
just a lot more games required.
No one wanted to develop for it exclusively.
Yeah. Nintendo were like the only ones releasing new 3DS exclusive stuff.
The difference between that and the Color to me is that the games made for the Color that ran on the Game Boy were marketed as Game Boy Color games.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was getting at, is that like when you compare specifically the Game Boy, like using the Game Boy to the 3DS, once the Game Boy Color came out,
I think
they effectively phased out original Game Boy.
I think there's also a bigger difference that we have to keep in mind as well. The fact that you could finally make your games in color was enough draw for everybody else. The fact that you could suddenly include like photo stuff in the DSi was not really...
Yeah.
Yeah, like the upgrade offered to the game by the Game Boy Color made a lot of sense.
I don't even remember what the new 3DS revision hardware actually does different from the regular 3DS.
Extra buttons and much more power.
Yeah, it's got the extra ZLZR, but like
the
The biggest difference to me is the fact that one of them can run SNES games and the other can't for some reason.
Like, the built-in circle pad and the stronger CPU, meaning that a couple indie devs snuck some games on there that probably should not run on that console.
Like Binding of Isaac.
Like Binding of Isaac in Minecraft. Free Microsoft Minecraft.
Was that pre-Microsoft? No.
I'm pretty sure it was.
The funny thing is,
Might
why the
have been,
fuck would you
actually.
play Binding of Isaac on 3DS when if you want to play portable Binding of Isaac, you can just get yourself a Vita on the cheap?
Yeah, the Vita version ran way better.
I was about to say because that was your only option because I forgot the Vita existed.
The
To be
Vita-
fair, let's go over the list of PlayStation Vita exclusives. An Uncharted game. A couple of Tales ports, that half of which didn't even come out in the US.
To be
worry.
fair, to be fair, Atlas waited until after the Vita died to make Persona 4 Golden not exclusive anymore.
Yeah, Persona 4 Golden was exclusive, but like, I'm gonna be honest, as somebody who's played original and Golden, Golden does not really add enough to justify.
It's not like how P3P made P3 actually playable, you know?
Yeah. Like, Golden is a good version of it, but it's not... They learned from Golden and then they made Persona 5 Royal, basically, is the way I view it.
Is P5R that much better than base P5?
Base P5, you are your gun skill, you know, one of your core fucking attack types. If I remember correctly, in base P5, you get X amount of bullets per dungeon dive per day.
Oh.
P5R makes it so that they refill every fight. I might be remembering that particular detail wrong, but like, they did make some functional changes.
Because I had base P5 and I only got up to the name your party screen and then I stopped playing.
Let's pull up a list of the changes. They added in a new party member.
Which seems to be the consistent for the
Take a look at this Space Pirate's lunch.
because
He had
P3P
Nice fish.
P3P doesn't have the extended content. They typically do add a party member to the extended content. FES would be the extended content for P3.
Yeah. P4 also didn't add in a new party member, but it did add in new social links, so...
Multiple social links, yeah.
Yeah. I think the reason they added a new party member for Royal was specifically because there was... I don't know whether or not there was, but I'm assuming that there was some backlash about the fact that you do lose a party member in the actual game.
That missile it just... okay. Oh, these are the super turrets, right?
No, not yet. It's early enough in the game.
They're just turrets with more health?
Yeah, there's like a one missile turret and 2 missile turrets. And the 1 missile ones show up at like the frigate and like there's a single one at the entrance of this base, and then the rest are all 2s. Until like a while.
Oh right, Royal also added in, so hashtag Fire Emblem, TMS, had, like, partner attacks? And Royal absolutely just went and cribbed that whole mechanic, and it's great.
Told everybody it was a Persona game.
Expansion on the dungeon contents. Mementos was made to not suck as much. Yeah, I was right about the gun ammo thing, which, God, Why the fuck was the original design the way it was? Also, they went back and they removed a large chunk of the aggressive cat telling you to go to bed content.
Yeah, I was figured that would let up after the first, because I got to naming the party, so I did the first palace. I thought that would let up after the first palace.
No, it was pretty consistent through that whole game of
Okay.
you want to do something that night and the cat is fucking telling you to go to sleep.
Who's telling you to go to sleep?
Morgana.
Yeah, we're talking about Persona 5 now because that's how this game goes.
Fair.
And specifically the changes that Royal made to make it actually like it's not like a Persona 4 Golden situation where like Golden is technically the better game, but it's not such a marked improvement over the original that like
Some people would argue it's a downgrade because it's a lot easier too.
Some people are probably wrong.
yeah. Fuck that. Put picnic mode in every single Atlas game.
Yeah, no. Like my argument is, you could just if it messes with the balance enough that the existing difficulty system no longer works, then I would agree. Because I wouldn't say Persona 4 was particularly hard, but
It's not, but the way it's structured
normal
makes certain
mode.
characters functionally useless, and Golden sort of fixes that.
Oh, okay.
Like, Naoto fucking sucks in base Persona 4. Golden makes her actually, like, usable if you want to.
Isn't it because her base like Persona skills are all the one-shot ones?
They're all instant death, which makes her basically completely fucking useless 90% of the time in that game.
So, in my Discord, folks are discussing, the type of alcohol that Samus drinks. But because of it, I'm now imagining Samus as a lyric in Piano Man.
Like someone from the bar in
Yeah.
in the song.
Yeah, like how would Billy Joel describe Samus at a bar?
This is a PW question.
You know that one? Is it the Fusion one or the Zero Mission one where she's sitting at a bar?
Zero Mission.
That exact. Just describe that scene with the alien, but don't draw attention to the fact that there's a space alien.
So, like, functionally, if you're not changing much about the original song, she probably slots in somewhere in the talking to Davy who's still in the Navy line. Because, she is X-Space whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
X Federation.
Space Marine.
Like, I can't remember what branch the Federations are technically supposed to be.
I think one of my boxes got blown up. I can't do that right now. Unfortunately.
Oh, it needs to be even taller.
Yeah.
There you go, there's a gal at the bar with big shoulder pads making love to her tonic and gin.
But it's gotta rhyme. Again, a key component of the song Piano Man is the way that the characters' names rhyme with the shitty things going on in their life.
Mm-hmm.
And also how Billy Joel is too good for this place, and he'll show all you, damn it.
you'll get out of this place.
I mean, I say this as somebody who, like, genuinely enjoys a decent chunk of Billy Joel's catalog. Billy Joel should not be as famous as he is. His music kind of sucks.
Can't you just bully the air troopers with the ice beam?
If they sit still, which they don't normally do.
Oh,
like
they're too far away. Okay.
Oh man, do I have to fight all four? Damn. There he is. Yeah, there was another box on top of that stack. There we go. Actually, really impressed I got that in one.
Man, so I know that the answer is because they're space pirates, but, like, they are in massive violation of OSHA protocols with how they're stacking those boxes.
Space pirates have OSHA inspectors.
Are you sure about that? I mean, they should, but they won't. Okay, this is the door. Space Pirate OSHA only cares about tubes. Yeah.
Listen, you bet your ass those tubes better be what is it?
1
3
meter.
meters?
1 meter.
1 meter. 1 meter diameter tube.
This is a 3-meter tube.
If
Yeah,
those
they have
tubes
the
are not
inspectors in every week to make sure everything is dangerous enough.
if those tubes aren't a meter wide, by God, Space OSHA will shut this place down.
It's really funny when you think about it, because those tubes are meter tall. Like, they're not actually that small at all. They look small. But,
It's
like,
a goopy boop.
See, Vile, they do have safety railings is the thing. There's more safety railings in Space Pirate architecture than there are in fucking Empire from Star Wars architecture.
that guy had a lot of body mass to be able to do that.
Maybe he knew the window was brittle or something.
That pirate was ripped.
Also, that's further OSHA violations. Those windows should not be able to just easily be smashed through by throwing a person through them.
Oh no, he smashed through the wall.
Yeah, he
Did
also
you get a
hit.
job
he also,
as a health inspector?
Hmm?
I'm just wondering if Novel recently got a job as a health inspector,
He
because
works in a warehouse.
No,
He
I've
knows
worked
this
in
shit.
fucking blue collar stuff all my life. I know at least enough about OSHA violations to not set them off myself.
Yeah, you need a meter clearance around every fire pole box and fire extinguisher.
Like, this is just kind of stuff that you pick up over time when you work in environments that actually care about this information.
And even then, it's usually an only actually care so far as it doesn't lose us money. Because a safety violation is very expensive.
I don't know how it works in the UK, but OSHA absolutely has the ability to roll up, point out everything that is a violation, and then close the place until you get them fixed. So, like,
I'm trying to
you
find
want
the
to know.
paper for brains and I can't. I thought it was in one of these rooms, but I'm mistaken, I guess.
I thought it was in mines.
Maybe?
It's in one of the rooms with Metroids in it, isn't it?
Well, this room has Metroids in it.
But I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, it's not the only room that has Metroids.
No, yeah, you're right. I don't know. I thought it was in this room. Maybe it isn't. What am I standing
You're-
on?
Your personalized copy of Metroid Prime 1 just decides to put it in that one room with the 200 Metroids.
It moves it around every now and then.
But yeah, Faye, also, I'm a nerd on the internet. I can also tell you parts of the Geneva Convention. That doesn't necessarily mean I need to know that for any relevant information.
I can
Well,
tell you
no,
parts
'cause
of the
there
Geneva
was-
Convention. It doesn't mean I've broken it.
Well, no, because remember, we had that big, like, 2-week-long conversation about which members of the Smash roster have not committed a war crime.
The answer is very few. For example, Mario is in fact a walking war crime.
Who's done the most?
From
Samus, but that's because she's committed genocide, how many times now?
Many.
a couple.
Now, to be fair, I don't think she exploded the planet Zebes twice. Both times I believe Mother Brain had set those time bombs.
It was a failsafe type thing, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought the Fire Emblems were pretty high on the list since, you know,
Fire-
child soldiers.
Fire Emblems are actually, other than the child soldier thing, they tend to not be that bad, if only because they don't have the Fire Emblem villains.
Yeah. I guess you could maybe count Robin if in your playthrough of Awakening you targeted the medics. But even then, that's like player specific war crimes. You can choose to leave the healers alone.
Yeah.
If we're dealing with
Technically-
pirates, are there still war crime procedures to follow? I thought piracy was one of those all bets are off situations.
I believe ostensibly if you are fighting against another, you know, even if they are an entity that exists outside of the standard legal procedure, you still have to treat them as humans in terms of combatants.
Samus crashes a research vessel into a planet with the express purpose of wiping out local wildlife on the planet.
Well, there's
Yeah.
a difference between. Well, but hang on. A war crime only applies if you're actually at war.
Yeah.
The
Which,
other
technically
thing is
speaking, the
those-
Galactic Federation is pretty much constantly at war with the space pirates.
Yes, but the
Yeah,
space pirates
it's
were not
actual war
involved
in
in
Prime
fusion.
3.
The space
No.
pirates were not involved in
But-
Prime 3, but
But I'm just... It's
or, no,
like...
in fusion. Sorry.
Samus has done some things. So
Okay, well-
even like
Yeah.
discounting the...
So say
The pirates.
we discount the fact that you have to be involved in an actual war situation, because
She killed all the
For the-
Metroids.
yeah, for the purposes of this, just assume that you are taking the person as is and sticking them in an active warfare situation. Samus already still violates the Geneva Convention because of her weaponry. All of the non-standard power beams in this game would absolutely fall under cruel and unusual punishment.
Also, she has a flamethrower in this game, so that's incendiary weapons.
I get... On the plasma beam is on the level of incendiary where I believe you probably die before you feel yourself burn.
Honestly, that's worse than the flamethrower weapon itself.
Yeah, this is specifically why I say just from her weaponry alone, Samus is violating at least one of the big ones, if not multiples, because I don't know if use of electricity is different than lighting people on fire in terms of the Geneva Convention.
What about freezing them?
I am pretty
sure
sure that is
freezing
also
is-
technically illegal under the Geneva Convention.
just don't have
because it falls
freeze
under
throwers.
torture.
Now, what if that person has made an armor that is completely impervious to everything other than fire?
You're technically violating the letter of the law, if not the spirit.
What if you stand in between them so the other guy with the fire weapons shoots his buddy in the fire armor?
Is this fucking
the
Northern
fire
Lions
ass.
chat right now? What is this bit you're doing?
So I actually have the full Smash roster pulled up. Let's just run down the list of who has and who has not done a war crime.
Sorry, FP's appreciating my Northern Lion joke.
Mario has done a war crime.
Has he?
Bowser's army is technically an army, and fire flowers are incendiary weaponry.
Okay,
Mario has done a war crime.
No. Incendiary weapons are illegal because you burn over time. It is cruel. When Mario uses a fire flower, they either turn into a coin instantly or fall off the screen. They're not burning. They're being annihilated instantly. It's different.
Oh shit.
Okay,
that's
but I'm
right, I
gonna
gotta
count
figure out. Okay.
repeatedly stomping on a Koopa shell in a corner to get infinite one-ups as a form of torture.
Oh, that is absolutely torture. It's just I'm arguing the incendiary rule applies to real life weapons where it is a slow burn.
Yeah.
Okay, that's step one.
So him dunking Bowser in lava is much more severe than him using a fire flower.
Yeah. I mean, still, Mario has done a war crime.
Absolutely.
Donkey Kong is committing war crimes constantly because he's fighting, the Kremlin army with child soldiers.
Donkey Kong has committed the most war crimes. Also,
it's not really clear what kind of weaponry that coconut gun is using.
But it sure does fire in spurts.
Every single Link has done a war crime.
Ugh.
Some of them have done more than others, but all of them have done them.
Yeah, because the fire weapons in Zelda all slowly burn enemies.
Samus definitely has. Dark Samus technically has? Actually, I don't know. Has Dark Samus directly done anything that could be...
Phazon counts as a nuclear weapon, and Dark Samus flung Phazon at planets.
Yeah, okay.
Dark Samus loves that shit.
I had to think about it.
But
I don't
Dark
think
Samus
Yoshi
didn't
has
actually do anything with them.
I don't think Yoshi has technically committed any war crimes, but he sure has evaded taxes.
That depends. Has Yoshi fighting Baby Bowser been considered?
Okay, evading taxes is not a war crime.
But
it should be.
When Yoshi is trying to reunite the babies and then get his happy tree back, does that count as going up against Bowser or Baby Bowser's army?
Are they technically Bowser's army at that point, or are they more of a militia force? In which
army,
case...
maybe.
But are they considered a militia rather than an army? In which case, I think different rules do technically apply.
And then when Yoshi's helped in Mario's adventures, does he count as a war an accessory?
I think in the case of helping Mario, you count him,
or do you count him as a
you
count
that as Mario's war crime for
he...
using an animal for war purposes.
Wait a sec.
Does
then
Yoshi
are you
count
counting?
as an animal because
I was
he's
about
sentient?
to say.
Technically, Yoshi is just following orders. He's culpable for the things he does while following orders, but ultimately the responsibility lies on Mario for giving the orders in the first place. Yoshi should have refused to follow through on the orders, but
he did get punched in the head by Mario a whole bunch.
Kirby 100% has done a war crime, but Kirby doesn't realize that he's done a war crime. I think that's the easiest way to sum up Kirby's situation of,
Yes, but...
yes, but Kirby is also baby and does not understand. Has any member of Star Fox technically done a war crime?
they're contract mercenaries. They're actually very professional.
I don't think the Geneva Conventions apply to PMCs.
It does if they're in the employ.
I think if they are in the employ of a nation, they count as forces for said nation, and therefore the Geneva Conventions apply.
It's
I'm
true
just trying
because
to remember-
you've got fucking Wagner mercenary group over in Ukraine right now, and they absolutely have done actual war crimes.
I'm just sitting here trying to think. I'm trying to think if there's any war crimes in that one weird DS game that might not even be canon.
Oh, Command?
Yeah.
So technically, none of the Star Foxes have done a war crime, if only because it is combatants facing against other combatants, and
Their
they're all
weaponry is
flying
not even like
planes,
anything
yeah.
specific or dangerous or whatever. Like, it's just
we don't
weaponry.
count Star Fox Adventures because that game is like
But
That-
even
that
then,
game-
canon.
But-
Even like it's not really a war, is it?
no, he's resolving like a territorial dispute, which is well, there's kind of a war going on, but it's not exactly anything. Like, having played that game, like, it's nothing in there that I could think of. Like, he doesn't blow up a planet. Hell, if anything, like, General Scales, the bad guy, is the war crime guy because he broke up the planet.
Like the case being made in the chat is that, you know, the tiny baby Triceratops could potentially count as a child soldier, but like
I feel like it's different given the cultural thing. Like, he's young, but even his mom is like, "Nah, you're old enough to do this shit."
yeah, given the context. Given the context of that particular game and the fact that it is at best soft canon,
It's canon because Crystal joins the team.
Yeah. The one that's weird canon is Zero, because Crystal's in that game, isn't she? Isn't she? I think she's in Zero, but like,
technically Fox and Falco's lasers are not designed to target the eyes. They are
Self-defense stun weapons, basically.
I feel like every single Pokemon you can technically get, but also they fall under that weird edge case of it's not them, it's the trainer.
Even then, Pokemon aren't. They don't do wars.
Except for Lieutenant Surge, who fought in the war.
it was
But even then, he's
dishonorably
retired.
discharged.
He's retired. Do we know if he was dishonorably discharged?
There was something I saw.
He's still allowed to call himself Lieutenant, and nobody's calling him on it, so that would imply an honorable discharge.
Okay, there was something I read about, like,
Or it implies that he beats the shit out of people who know the truth.
there was some shitpost I read about it that was just like, he's actually more fucked up than you think.
That's because they're reading way too much into
Oh,
early
yeah.
Pokemon lore, which doesn't actually fucking exist, because, yeah, the Lightning American and his electric rat that can shock an Indian elephant.
The Lightning Unova, we had to retcon that.
Yeah.
Also, it could
I
probably...
guess
Also,
he could be from Pokemon Arizona as well. We know that place exists.
Also, like, I'm pretty sure if you went back and redid the text about shocking an elephant, it would say it would be a
Copperage.
Copperage. You could have used Donphan, except it's part ground type, so it wouldn't work.
I think the hold on. I believe the Sword Shield does mention Copperajah instead of Elephant.
Well, continuing down the Smash roster, Luigi you can hit on a lot of the same things you can hit Mario for, but also is there a part of the Geneva Convention about disrespecting the dead? Because...
But he's not in a war in those cases.
Yeah. Yeah, Legends Arceus is... a single strike with that amount of power would incapacitate one of the Copperajah of my homeland, is the Legends Arceus entry. So they did switch it.
Ness. Yeah, I'm pretty sure PK Fire is you just instantly get him on PK Fire, and then you have to figure out what else on top of that. Because remember, the question is not, are they a war criminal? It's, could they have done a war crime?
Oh. Well, you could get that on anybody for having, like, possessing fire in some capacity.
That's why I'm arguing the point of the fire weapons is slow, painful death. So if the fire weapon's a one-shot, like, you get Samus on the regular plasma beam, but the charged plasma beam just disintegrates them instantly. So...
Also, consider Prime 3's plasma beam, which does, leave
and
fiery
Light Beam
burning.
does it too.
I mean,
But in the 2D games, plasma beams, it's just a piercing weapon.
Yeah.
So, Captain Falcon. If we take his Smash Bros. Appearance, then technically yes, because Falcon Punch leaves people on fire.
I mean,
But Smash Bros. Is dubiously canon at best, and the only time he's ever done a Falcon Punch outside of Smash Bros. Was in the anime. And I don't think it was on fire that time.
It wasn't on fire, he just punched the guy in the head.
He punched a guy in the head.
After jumping out of a car at like 700 miles an hour.
He did that
he
and
died.
Captain Falcon is dead. So basically then, anytime you beat up Captain Falcon in Smash Bros, you're disrespecting the dead, so everyone is a criminal.
Well,
No, because it's still Captain Douglas J. Falcon in Smash Bros. It's not the Falcon who died and then got replaced with a different Captain Falcon.
and also, like, I don't think disrespecting the dead is actually, like, against the Geneva Conventions. I think it's just like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if it's
Shitty.
actually in there or not.
I remember
I
this
think it
isn't
might be
related,
because I vaguely remember people joking that teabagging in Halo is a Geneva Code violation, but... Let's see. Peach and Daisy, I'm pretty sure they're not violating the Geneva Convention in anything they do, but they are absolute monarchs, so off with
Like
their heads
ACAP?
anyway.
Is Daisy actually a monarch?
She is the
doesn't even
princess of
have a kingdom
Sarasaland.
anymore.
She is the princess of Sarasaland.
She basically only shows up in sports games. Is that a false claim to the throne?
Yeah, if she's
No,
never
because
actually
just
in the
because she only-
kingdom, does that mean she's actually...
No, she is. Literally, she was. It's the first Mario game.
I know where she's from. Land.
Is land canon?
That's true. Peach holds a
yes.
civilian in front of her to absorb bullets.
Technically,
you're
Toad
right.
is a retainer, and therefore is probably potentially a member of whatever royal bodyguard exists.
Yeah, and they're usually, like, extra
They're just
supportive
really
people.
bad at it.
There's a reason they get kidnapped too, and it's our princess is in their castle.
Anyway, how's the Thardus fight going?
It's going.
Sure is a Thardus fight.
So Bowser, you get him on the fire breath because even though in the Mario games,
It's not a one shot. It doesn't one shot you.
But if you were to ignore the fire breath, I think Bowser actually technically does not. Actually, no. Kidnapping might be. Might be.
He's in the wrong place. He was slightly in the wrong place.
This isn't right. What is up with your copy?
I don't know. It might not be. It might not be clean. I don't know why
Is it
would.
haunted?
It could be.
I think the ice climbers are technically free. Like,
There's
they
not
can
enough
freeze
on
you.
them.
They can freeze you. But that's more just it being really fucking cold. I don't know
Also,
if that's something inherent to them.
No. That's a Smash Bros. Ability, and we already said the Smash Bros. Abilities are kind of dubious.
Yeah, so if we only count their
original.
actual game, they're just some kids that want to climb a mountain, so they're
They
good.
smack some birds with a hammer, but is that enough? No. Not in my
No.
opinion.
That's just
No, because it's never implied that those birds are actually sentient, like not sentient, sapient in any regard.
Yeah, you're allowed to beat up birds. Like, that doesn't make you a war criminal, it just makes you an asshole.
Sheik absolutely has done a war crime. I don't know what,
crime
but
has
I'm
she
pretty
done?
sure you could get her on something.
But that doesn't count then.
You probably have to look at Hyrule Warriors, because the Sheik in OOT kind of doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but
Hyrule
Hyrule Warriors
Warriors-
is also not canon.
Yeah.
Like,
Hyrule Warriors, you do light people on fire
Mr.
with
Vile,
the
just
bolero,
because
so-
something wears pants, that doesn't mean it's sapient.
The polar bear wears pants. Oh my god.
It wears pants and sunglasses, but, like, there could be somebody out there putting pants and sunglasses on the polar bears.
Like, I saw a dog wearing a Christmas jumper the other day. Does that mean the dog is sapient? No, it means the dog's owner is an idiot.
I'll be right back. Use the bathroom.
I know for a fact you can get pretty much every single... You can get any Zelda who's ever actually fought in a game on war crimes, because she tends to have fire somewhere in her kit.
Yeah, she's a magic user.
If we're going off the Smash cast, it's specifically linked to the past Zelda, and I don't think she commits any war crimes.
No, she just gets kidnapped and then hangs out with
Susurawa.
Yeah, that guy. Shadooby-doo.
Dr. Mario is a weird case, because technically he's not the one doing the war crimes. He's having war
the
crimes done to him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your criteria is, have they been involved in war crimes?
Let's see, can skip Pichu, can skip Falco. Marth has technically not done a war crime himself.
Has he enabled war crimes to happen?
Unclear.
Depends on
based
how
on
much
his
the
regime.
player hates healers. But
But both of the games that he is the main character of, he is a much more reactionary force. He is not an invading, conquering force.
Mhm.
I'll leave the Fire Emblem bullshit to you guys.
Lucina is a weird case, because, like, you can make her into a mage, and then she can throw fireballs around.
What
that
was your
doesn't really count.
Zelda conclusion? Because I heard it as I was leaving, but
Not
Any
a war
version of
criminal,
Zelda
be-
that actually fights is a war criminal, but the specific version in Smash Bros, because she is linked to the past, is not, because she doesn't fight in her
there's
game.
only a couple of versions of Zelda that fight, and like I'm gonna say not all of them, and here's why. Zelda fights in Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Breath of the Wild. Oh no, I guess she might also fight in Skyward Sword, but like
She uses
Zelda-
holy in this game. She doesn't use fire.
Breath
she
of-
never
Breath of
used
the-
fire. She's always using light weapons and stuff like that. But Wind
Breath of the
Waker-
Wild Zelda is a fucking war criminal, though, because we are going to count Hyrule Warriors as canon for that game, because it is the same character, and I am pretty sure breaking out the ancient Sheikah runes violates something in there somewhere.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
But no, Wind Waker Zelda, there is, for one, is not like was not originally attempting to like be a princess or anything like that. She's
She's a pirate!
but she's trying to just be a pirate that enjoys herself. And also, the only person she fights is Ganondorf at the end, and her life is under threat.
Yeah, it's in self-defense.
It's a self-defense thing. And again, she's just shooting a bow and arrow at him. Link's the one that stabs him through the forehead.
She's also got a blunderbuss, and I think blunderbusses might actually fall under a violation of the Geneva Convention, because they don't kill cleanly.
But she doesn't use it in the game. She uses it
Again,
in Hyrule
Mr. Vile,
Warriors.
that is a regular crime, not a war crime.
I mean, she
yes.
commits piracy acts, which are not necessarily war crimes.
I mean, also, this all loops back to the fact that most Zeldas are princesses anyway, which inherently means that they get the guillotine because, you know, absolute monarchy.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I can't wait till we get to the Kongs.
Which also, I mean, if you're hitting the absolute monarchy thing, every Fire Emblem not named Ike. And Robin. Robin technically isn't royalty.
Like, just being a monarch isn't a war crime.
It should be.
Right?
But it isn't.
But it isn't. Like, we're not talking
Stop moving
about
the
this...
goalposts.
Yeah, we're not talking about this based on the Geneva Conventions that Novels writes. We're doing this based on the Geneva Conventions that Geneva wrote.
Okay, how about we just limit it and say if they have done any crimes at all, they get the guillotine. War crimes or no. Let's just talk about every Smash character's crimes.
Have you done
there's
any
a lot.
crimes yourself? Are you lining up? But no, we're
Let's
not
see.
talking about the guillotine. We're talking about the crimes themselves. We're, like... Anyway, it's not all
Young
the
Link-
Zeldas that fight, in my opinion.
Young Link technically yes, but also he's a minor, so who knows how that counts? Because yeah,
He
those
is the
fire
child
arrows-
soldier.
Yeah, so he's involved in war crimes the same way that Dr. Mario is.
Except he also uses fire arrows, which are very much a violation. And it's not like anybody is forcing him to use those. That is by his own volition.
Pour one out for volition.
No.
I feel like some versions of Ganondorf, your answer to is he a war criminal is yes, but also he's just a criminal in general?
Yeah, he's just a regular crime.
Well, he absolutely committed multiple war crimes off-screen. Like, actually,
Like,
though.
the version in Smash Bros. Is Ocarina of Time, who, yes, he 100% did war crimes.
I mean, it's always the same guy. It's not a matter of version.
Yeah, Ganon's always the same character. It's not like the Zelda's Links where there's multiples.
Yeah, it's always him. Just constantly revived. But yeah, he committed them in Ocarina, for certain.
Oh, go on then. Can I have it just, like, lightly done more? Cheers.
Does Mewtwo count? Because I'm pretty sure that the Mewtwo that's in Smash Bros. Is based on the movie version. And I think the movie version probably does count.
Mewtwo has had war crimes done to him. He's been,
Yeah.
like, experimented on.
Yeah, I don't know if I would... I mean, he's committed some crimes, but... They
I
are
think
just
kidnapping and
crimes.
brainwashing somebody is slightly worse than just did some crimes.
I mean, there are such things as heinous crimes that are not war crimes.
But again, this is specifically assuming that it is the movie version, which I think is the case because in Japan, it is Norio Wakamoto doing the voice.
I did not know that.
Yeah, Mewtwo in Smash Bros. Actually speaks in Japanese instead of just doing
Grunting.
Mewtwo noises.
Right, so who else have we got?
Roy, who, that sword's
Yeah.
on fire, and also he's technically, is he?
Well,
is he
wait, no, he's
royalty?
like fifth. Well, he's nobility.
He's also a child. Yeah, he's also a child soldier. I think by the end of that game, he is technically royalty. He doesn't start.
No,
as
he's always
royalty.
nobility. Like
He's
there is
always
no
nobility.
There's no royalty in Lyceum League.
I think isn't the ending of it him uniting the Lyceum League into. I don't
He
know.
just gets he gets like his dad's coat. I don't know. I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
so.
6 is a weird game. Anyway, Crom is also a noble, and therefore guillotine.
Okay, but there's like guillotine and the Hague. Like, we gotta differentiate here.
Does Crom do any war crimes? I don't think so.
I don't think so, because unless you make him a mage who can use fire magic.
I
but
don't think he has
know if
mage as one of his
can.
classes, because he's Crom.
Well, can't he? No, I'm thinking of the next game where if you marry somebody, you can steal their classes. Because I know he can marry Muriel.
Yeah, but he's not a...
Yeah. But no, Corrin can steal their spouse's class, but that is not the case in Awakening.
Oh, that poor Megmore.
I have committed more crimes.
Mr. Game & Watch absolutely has done multiple war crimes.
On what basis?
I'm pretty sure throwing oil on people and using a matchstick.
Again, those are in Smash.
He's part of the oil cleanup crew in the actual game, isn't he?
I don't remember the context of the original. I mean, there were a lot of Game & Watch
There's
games.
a lot of Game & Watch.
It's possible, but I don't have hard proof.
Okay, here's the question. Has Meta Knight done any war crimes?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, well, he did try to take over Dreamland like multiple times.
But that's
Insurrection
not a war
is
crime.
not
That's just
technically-
regular war.
Insurrection is not technically a war crime.
Mr. Game & Watch can act as an alarm clock, which is psychological torture.
Pit and Dark Pit you get on use of incendiary weapons.
Where am I going?
I think Zero Suit Samus is actually, compared to regular Samus, not a war criminal, except for the fact that, you know, they're the
still
same
Samus.
person. If you were to just take the existence of Zero Suit Samus as is, she is not doing any war crimes actively at the moment, but she's still Samus, and therefore
Yeah.
has done. I think you get Wario on biological warfare.
His fart's that bad?
Reportedly?
Considering that they can kill people, yes.
But again, that's in Smash. You keep making this fallacy.
But that is still based on a thing from his actual video game.
I'm
Actually,
assuming
no.
he does. He
It's
does.
not.
No, the parts are just Smash.
Huh.
Yeah.
I could have sworn it was in WarioWare somewhere.
Oh, Entrance Stew has a point. Zero Suit Samus uses neurological agents to stun her opponents.
I thought it was a stun gun.
It's a stun gun. I mean, granted, I'm not sure what the legality of stun guns is according to the Geneva Convention. I'm pretty sure they're banned, and it's kind of fucked up that American cops use them, but...
Well, look up the Geneva Conventions. There's got to be like a quick rundown of them.
There's a lot of shit in there.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
but
sure
there's-
quick is the opposite of what you'll get if you start looking it
There's
up.
got to be like a Cliff Notes version.
Look,
Of
this
the
is
Geneva
important.
Conventions.
This is important, though. We are discussing this on an academic level. You need to know.
Snake, you 100% can get him
Yeah.
on.
Oh yeah, he's
Take your
This is
pick.
Why? Of course you can.
he
Like,
is a
take
war
your pick
crime.
of which version of Snake. Each version of Snake also comes with different war crimes. Because I'm pretty sure the Smash Ultimate one has one that is specifically based on Venom and Big Boss, and therefore, yeah, just run down the list of Big Boss's war crimes.
I mean, like you
But then
said, it
also-
honestly doesn't matter which one you choose.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, you know, which war crimes you want to...
Although we can also sit here and look at it and be like, well, I guess that was kind of the point. He
I
is,
mean,
unfortunately...
Also, they removed his dump truck ass, which is a war crime.
Yes. Ike, you technically get on incendiary weapons, but also he's a weird case where Ike himself is usually not the one doing the war crime, he's being told to do it, so...
So he has been involved in war crimes.
I mean, by the time you get to Radiant Dawn, he should know better.
By the time you get to Radiant Dawn, he's still not the one doing the war crimes, he's having them done at him by the other heroes of that game.
Well, all I mean is by that point he's older and
Yeah.
should know better.
Diddy Kong has them performed at him. I choose to believe that Diddy Kong is not an active participant in the Kong and Kremlin War. He is forced into it.
The nuclear fart Wario Man uses is from Smooth Moves. Huh.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure it had bases in a game somewhere, or retroactively got added to one of the games. Lucas, you get on whatever bullshit you get Ness on.
Well, he doesn't have freeze, or he's got freeze, not flame. Actually,
No, he's got PK Fire. Flash is the one who
actually,
doesn't.
hold on,
care.
hold on.
And they don't Smash, Lucas and Ness use different spells than they actually learn.
Yeah, Ness never
Yeah.
learns fire. You can probably get him on something else, but not incendiary. But I don't know enough about Earthbound.
I don't know enough about Lucas's game specifically. Sonic? I don't think Sonic has ever actually done a war crime. Somehow. Right?
I don't think so. Because... Did he ever do, like, a fire tornado in the game? I have this...
No.
No, that's Blaze's
Knuckles
job.
did. Knuckles did a fire move, too.
Okay.
I think Sonic is technically clean. Oh yeah,
But the
Fire
fi-
Ring in
But
SA2.
in SA2, you're only fighting robots.
Yeah, he's
I don't
never
know.
using it. Yeah, he never uses it against human opponent. Well, yeah, because he
Robots
doesn't
and
even
the
fight
artific-
enemies.
Yeah,
The
fine, thank
artificial
you.
life stuff.
Artificial chaos is essentially nanomachines, though. So like,
Yeah, like I'm not arguing that that's
And you can't hit Bigfoot with the fire ring. You have
even
to
if
use a
you
homing
could,
attack.
Bigfoot, you are technically attacking. It would be, yeah,
The vehicle. you know.
fire ring in the books. Does anything happen in secret rings?
Do we even count those games? It's not like they get referenced in modern Sonic lore.
I'm 100% sure Black Knight is canon. Because it was the last Sonic game what had a story.
Bigfoot explodes with the
Frontiers.
pilot inside. I mean, consider it
That's
like a
the
That is not
vehicle
Sonic's
isn't a war
fault, though.
crime.
That is not
That's
him doing
done
a war
for-
crime. That's just
a
the
casualty.
actual, a casualty of the way that weaponry operates. That would be like saying destroying a tank is committing a war crime, which I'm pretty sure it isn't. Also, yeah, it depends on how many of those gun mechs are technically piloted, but I don't think any of them are, other than Bigfoot.
Only the big walkers are.
He plows through a lot of cars.
Yeah, but property damage isn't a war crime.
Yeah.
That's just San Francisco.
No,
That's
the one
just what
committing
it's
the
like.
the one committing the crime would be the gun truck at the end.
Oh yeah. You can avoid all the cars in City Escape if you're good.
I'm not good
Is
enough.
is King Dedede a war criminal?
He stole all the food.
Yeah, messing with food supplies is like a big war crime.
But he is also ostensibly the ruler of Dreamland. He is,
He's a self-proclaimed one.
yeah. But nobody challenges him on it, which I think does mean. So Vile, even counting Sonic 3 and Knuckles, you are only fighting robots. And yeah, you can use it on Robotnik, but he is always riding a mech when you're using it. So
And he never dies.
And it looks like any quote-unquote fire damage he receives is caused by his own mech's explosion.
Sonic squeaks by on a lot of technicalities, I think, is the answer.
But what about
Well,
Tails?
you're freeing the animals inside.
Tails is 100% a war criminal.
But
Yeah,
he's
he's
a child.
developed weapons.
He's a child.
I'm pretty sure creating a fake Chaos Emerald that is as powerful as the real Chaos Emeralds is basically the equivalent of creating a dirty bomb in your own house.
If it can do a Chaos Control, it can do a Chaos Blast, so... It's not as powerful, but Sonic can wield it better than Shadow because Sonic's the actual ultimate life form. Because hedgehogs are the ultimate life form.
The friends we made along the way.
Olimar has not done a war crime. Like, yeah, technically the fire Pikmin are incendiary, but like...
They're resistant. They don't.
Oh yeah, they don't
damage.
actually cause fire.
Oh yeah, in the actual game they don't do fire. It's only in Smash Bros.
Yeah.
I guess you could maybe get him on Child Soldiers, but are Pikmin...
No.
Like... Are they intelligent enough to constitute?
No.
No.
Like, they have some intelligence, but it's not, like, the same kind of thing, and we have no idea if they are technically children.
Like, I think there's technically rules against using animals in warfare of certain kinds, but, like... They're vegetables, too. They're not animals, so, like...
They're technically a fungus.
I mean, I would agree with you, but you can kill them in a way that matters, so...
Well, Mr. Vile knows things about plant science. Are Pikmin a fungus?
The game literally prevents you from using the child soldiers because they have to grow up first. Yeah.
So, colonialization is technically not a violation of the Geneva Convention because, you know, hey, it turns out a lot of the countries that set up the original fucking thing are all about that colonialism.
Extinction events happen all the time. That isn't a war crime.
It would be a war crime if you ran all your fire Pikmin into water, but I wouldn't count that as Olimar, I'd count that as the player.
Yeah, it is very heavily implied through Olimar's diaries that should even a single Pikmin die, he would actually feel really bad about it.
Yeah, Olimar actually goes to great efforts to preserve the
He loves
planet.
his tiny plant army.
He's a man of science.
As opposed to Louis, who's a man of his stomach.
Food.
And trains.
Louis would commit a war crime.
Yes, and he wouldn't even
hasn't,
realize that
but
that's what he's doing.
He would.
He hasn't, but he would.
And I don't, but funny enough, I don't think the president of Olimar's company would.
He'd
Louis.
chicken out.
Just Louis.
Lucario you get for the same thing as every other Pokemon. I'm going to say that Rob is incapable of doing a war crime.
Yeah, he's a robot.
He's only
Specifically
given,
because it's a toy.
he's only given sentience in Smash Bros. And I guess Mario Kart. Which I would count Mario Kart as being also non-canon for the same purposes.
Now,
And even then, what war crime are you doing in Mario Kart?
Yeah.
Fireballs, lightning...
But also, like, his...
But it's not a war! You can't do
also,
war
yes,
crimes
wars-
in a kart race!
The distinction here is because Rob in Smash Ultimate is based on Smash Bros. Brawl Rob, who did do a war crime, but it was under duress, under somebody else's orders.
But we already said Smash Bros. Doesn't count for the purposes of
It's a weird case where
evaluating itself.
because it's a weird case because like Rob as he exists as a character in Smash Bros. is a Smash Bros. Original.
He's basically a Smash Bros. Character. But then again, so would be Game & Watch.
Well, but Game & Watch does have other games to come from. Like
Yeah, whereas
the
Rob
depiction
has-
of him in Smash doesn't count, but the games, yeah.
Rob has Gyromite.
Rob's not even in that game. He's just the controller. There's
right.
a professor in that game. The only thing you might be able to get Rob on is the amount of screen flashing the game does to send commands to him. The
Toon
light
Link.
gun committed crimes.
I can't think of what it would be off the top of my head, but Toon Link absolutely, if he has not already done a war crime, would 100% be down for doing some war crimes.
Toon Link is in the depiction of Toon Link is in more games than you expect, but
This version
Wind
of Toon Link is
Waker?
very specifically Wind Waker and Phantom Hourglass.
well, if you're
Those
gonna
two
get
are the
him
same
on
Toon
if you're gonna get him on fire arrows, then yes. But like if you actually get him on something that's not just a bullshit like technicality that you're constantly hitting everybody with, then I mean there's no war going on.
I mean, you could definitely hit Toon Link with a bunch of actual crimes.
You could hit him with economic crimes and spirit tracks. Maybe.
That's a
You hit him
different.
with
That's a different
so
link.
many crimes, but not war crimes.
Like, even if you assume that it is specifically just Wind Waker and Phantom Hourglass, Toon Link, he has done so many crimes.
Which ones? You keep saying it, but I don't hear you talking.
Breaking and entering.
That's not war crime.
I said actual crimes, not war crimes.
Oh,
for,
okay.
for
Well,
Toon
you can
Link.
get every video game character on a million crimes.
Yeah, but Toon Link specifically you can hit with.
Accessory to piracy.
Accessory to piracy, breaking and entering, jailbreak, because Tingle was in jail for a fucking reason.
Breaking out of jail himself. Although that one I think was kind of bullshit.
I'm pretty sure aiding and abetting in a slavery operation also gets you hit for some crimes, but you know.
Wait. Which when did he
Are
do
you
that?
forgetting about the entirety of Tingle's Island?
Oh. I mean, you also have to get into a port. You have to get. For one, don't forget, Toon Link is a child. You have to question whether or not he has the capacity to understand what is going on in Tingle's Island.
I mean, I'm pretty sure when I was 12 I understood the concept of slavery and how it's wrong, but...
It's not really that. It's just like one guy that. I guess you can. I guess you can get it, but it's like it's not like the game is being super explicit about it.
Let's see, next on the list is Wolf, and I think Wolf actually...
He's another mercenary, just on the other side.
Yeah. Wolf, I think he's clear for the same reason Star Fox is clear, in that a lot of the stuff probably would technically be war crimes, but he's not working for any specific nation. Villager...
Okay, wait, but you're charging a bunch of other people with that, and they're not working for specific nations either.
It's also a weird case of I don't know how laser weaponry would be constituted under, Villager absolutely, does war crimes on a regular basis.
Oh?
Pitfall traps.
Even though there's
Also, I
nothing
mean,
under
in
them?
terms of... also, I mean, in terms of regular crimes, you also get Villager on insider trading. What else do you get him for?
It's the stock market insider trading.
Yeah.
No, there's rules to follow, and you're following them.
Yeah, he's just checking
Listen,
the market.
I'm pretty sure that the mayor has done a lot of crimes.
That's a specific
Mortimer
instance.
absolutely has.
And that's the villager that
Oh, true, yeah,
Smash
you're
Bros.
right.
Villager is based on.
No, I thought Smash Bros. Villager was based off of the City Folk one.
No, it is. They are the
Because-
mayor because of Isabel's Smash Bros. Intro.
Yeah, Isabel mentions the mayor a bunch of times.
And how busy they are now. Mega Man himself has not technically done war crimes because...
It's all robots.
Yeah, it's all robots. Like, you could argue that the sentience therefore means that they should constitute war crimes, but also, like, it's pretty much consistently applied across the Mega Man series that aside from EXE, and specifically only EXE, they are just robots following programming, and they don't truly have minds or wills of their own, so...
No, X and Zero do.
The Reploids are weird.
The Reploid... Like, X was specifically built. Dr. Light was like, Mega Man's not, like...
In which case, I would still
moral
say...
enough. I need to make a robot with true, like, id, and then put it in the morality chamber for 100 years. It's really fucked up.
I think Wii Fit Trainer is clear.
I think so. She's just doing yoga.
Rosalina and Luma are technically clear, but again, Space Princess. She has probably done regular crimes.
What is
against
she the
humanity.
princess of?
Space.
That's pretty
Yeah,
nebulous.
like she's a goddess.
Like, she's wearing a goddamn crown. She is the queen of space.
Does anyone recognize her as a ruler, or is it self-titled?
I don't know. They don't call her Princess or Queen Rosalina, but, like, it is pretty clear that she has some amount of authority up in space. Little Mac has not done any war crimes himself, but a lot of his boxing enemies have.
Yeah, Little Mac's just a boxer.
He's just a dude what punches.
Yeah.
Somebody actually went through and tracked exactly, like, using the Wii version of Punch-Out.
The rule violations?
Yeah, the official boxing rule violations, and I think Glass Joe is literally the only person who doesn't. Greninja's a Pokemon, the Mii Fighters only exist in Smash Bros, and therefore
Doesn't count.
anything, yeah. I don't know enough about Kid Icarus to say whether or not Palutena has done crimes.
I mean, didn't she
He's
send
employing child soldiers.
You just got Rosalina on being a goddess, so...
I mean, yes. So there is the implicit case of she has probably done crimes, but I don't know enough about her series to name anything specific.
Again, regular crimes and war crimes aren't the same thing.
Here's a question. Pac-Man.
Disrespecting the dead.
I don't think disrespecting the dead is a war crime.
I don't
Again,
know
I'm not
either, but I'm
actually-
just laughing
Is
at that one.
vor a war crime?
Oh god. It should be.
Dropping a fire extinguisher on people might be violating some kind of regulation,
Fire
but fuck if
hydrant?
I know. Fire hydrant, yes, sorry.
Again, I think that's just a regular crime.
That's what he's saying.
Like, again, yes, Pac-Man has done a lot of regular crimes. Robin, you get, in the same broad strokes, you get a lot of the Fire Emblems. They have, whether or not they have done it is down to an individual playthrough, and what you have chosen to do with them as a character, so... Shulk is a weird one. Because the only time he's fighting anything that isn't robots is in self-defense. I think Shulk manages to skate by on the technicality of, for the most part, yeah, for the most part it's robots. Although there's some people in some of those robots, but, like, it's debatable how much humanity is left in them. Bowser Jr. skates by on the fact that he is a literal goddamn child. I blame the
Child with
parents.
explosives.
I blame the parents. Duck Hunt in the actual Duck Hunt game doesn't count, but Duck Hunt in Smash Bros. I think you can get them for the shoot the can side special.
For just firing a gun?
No, specifically, like, that's a makeshift explosive of some kind.
Right.
I don't think that's a war crime.
Depending on what's in there, it might be, though.
If it's like some kind of dirty bomb, then yeah, but if it's just like a nail bomb or something like that, that's just, again, that's just regular terrorism, not war crimes.
Depending on who you do a terrorism to, it could potentially constitute a war crime, I think. Ryu absolutely has done a war crime, except, you know, it's Ryu. He's too stupid to realize that it was.
He likes dirt.
Ken is exactly aware of how many crimes he has committed at any given time.
Ken has
Okay,
literally committed
being-
crimes and gone to jail, but it's not... I don't know if it's war.
Being too stupid to admit that you committed a war crime is not a way to pardon yourself for doing a war crime.
I like
Cloud
how we
100
started this entire conversation with PW going, yeah, I know a little bit about the Geneva Convention.
I know a little bit.
And then Faye's just over here consistently, like, telling him, no, that's not crime.
Cloud 100% has done war crimes. Like, you can easily get Cloud on biological weaponry at the very least. Corrin is under the Fire Emblem clause of probably yes, but also... It's gonna depend on which version of Corrin you're talking about, too. Yeah. Surprisingly, I don't think Bayonetta has done any war crimes, but she absolutely would if you asked her to.
I mean, I think in that case, it's not that she hasn't, it's that the Geneva Convention does not make or does not have anything to, like, outline.
It doesn't cover the things that she actually does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure summoning a demon should be a war crime.
Battling heaven and hell. You know, it's a little hard to tell.
Yeah, it's not really covered.
I believe that the Inklings are free of any crimes because everything they do is in the name of sport.
Mr. Vile says you can absolutely get Bayonetta on Torture.
True.
Except she doesn't use it on humans.
She
Yeah, she
tortures
doesn't-
Luca. But
She
that might be
doesn't use it
mental.
on
Yeah, but that's a
humans.
sex thing. That's not a...
Yeah, I was going to say, like, she doesn't do it on humans, but also, like, the rare occasions that she does, it's a sex thing.
It's like she also does it to Enzo, and let's be real here, Enzo is into that shit. But yeah, Inklings,
Oh my
they
god,
are
this
technically-
computer screen. This guy had the best idea in the entire Space Pirates. He missed getting hit by 3 super missiles because he stood behind one monitor.
Yeah, Inklings get a free pass because anything that could possibly construed as being a crime that they do is in the name of sport rather than
What
warfare.
about fashion crimes?
Not war crimes.
Ridley, just run down the list and the answer is probably yes.
I mean, he literally killed Samus's parents and the entire colony and all that. That's a genocide type situation.
Yeah, like, Ridley saw the Geneva Conventions and used it as a checklist.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's probably the most evil character in Smash.
Yeah. There's a reason he's the only villain whose intro ends with it, or, like, has him on screen directly killing 2 people. Like, it's unclear whether or not Kazuya throwing people into a volcano actually killed them. Especially because it's the Tekken universe. That happened to Kazuya and his dad on separate occasions, and they were both fine.
Does throwing somebody into a volcano count as incendiary weapons?
I think it technically constitutes some form of cruel and unusual punishment. Simon and Richter, I think, are both technically clear. Like, yeah, the holy water explodes into fire in Smash Bros. And in the actual games, but it's because they're fighting things that, you know, holy water burns.
I think, like Bayonetta, it doesn't really count because the convention does not cover the scenarios under which they operate.
Dracula was once a man, but
Now he's a pitiful,
Miserable pile of secrets. Yeah.
no, he's in fact no longer a miserable pile of secrets. K. Rool absolutely has done war crimes. Like Ridley, he treats it as a checklist, but also he's really bad at them.
I don't think I fully agree. He's trying to take over a land dispute is...
Like, that's not a
He
war crime,
has the
that's just
Kremlin.
colonialism.
He has the
Yeah.
Kremlin army, though.
Yeah, but that's colonialism.
Hong Island can be treated as a sovereign nation.
Again, colonialism.
Is it colonialism when Kong Island is specifically a sovereign nation ruled by the Kongs?
What about all of the other, like, real-world instances of, you know, sovereign nations existing, but Western colonial powers came in?
Usually when a war occurred, you know, we call it the X-War. We've already been over Isabelle. She has a lot of regular crimes.
She has mostly financial crimes. Like insider trading, fraud.
The same crimes that the villager has, basically.
She was absolutely shaving money off of the budget for herself.
Mail fraud?
No, because that letter was addressed to her.
Yeah, but she intercepts your mail all the time.
Does she actually open it, though, or does she just hand it to you?
No, she tells you the contents.
Theoretically, as secretary to the mayor, she would have permission built into her contract to do that. Like, there are exceptions to mail fraud for working in places, and usually it involves you having express permission to open things.
When did we give her that permission?
again, it would probably be built into her contract rather than
Which
anything.
we have never seen.
So blame Tortimer then.
Yeah.
He's the one who's clearly doing something because he wants to get the fuck out and make you the mayor immediately.
Oh yeah, Tortimer absolutely was on the take. We're gonna skip Incineroar because Pokemon.
Incineroar just
Piranha
is just
Plant,
a
I think you skip Piranha Plant for the same reasons you skip the Pokemon. It is questionable how much they are capable of doing on their own.
It's a plant.
Joker has not technically done war crimes because everything he's done that could theoretically be constituted as such was done to shadows, not to actual people. I don't know, unless he actually pulls a gun on somebody
Again, not a
for
war
some-
crime. It's regular crime.
Dragon Quest Hero, you get them on using fire magic on things that are ostensibly human, but like,
Brewski says brainwashing.
I guess technically. So I'm going to absolutely say Banjo and Kazooie have both in fact done separate war crimes and relish in it, even if they have not done them in their respective games.
What?
You know that Kazooie is down for doing a war crime.
That's a difference. We didn't include any of the non-canon shit. It has to be examples.
Listen, I don't have any specific examples
Then
for
they
Kazooie.
did not.
All I'm saying is, you know that Kazooie would absolutely encourage Banjo to do a war crime, and Banjo would do it.
But they didn't. So
Harry Bogard.
fire.
Yeah, use of incendiaries on humans. Other than that, I don't actually know enough about King of Fighters to say what he may or may not have done. Byleth gets the same Fire Emblem is weird and therefore judge for yourself.
Also, regular crimes for being a teacher and dating their students.
They don't start dating their students until after they are no longer employed as a teacher.
That's still weird, dude.
It's weird, but it's not
Not a
illegal.
crime.
It's weird, but it's not illegal, and also it's not like Byleth is like some 30-year-old teaching a bunch of teenagers. Byleth is pretty explicitly, if not the exact same age, then actually younger than a couple of their students, if I remember correctly.
Which is still weird.
Yeah, it's
still
not,
very
it's not
weird.
an age thing, it's a power exchange thing.
But by that point, there's arguably the former students are more powerful than Byleth.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, some of the former students they can date are, nobility, and Byleth is just a mercenary. If anything, people
power
joke
dynamic-
about the fucked up power dynamics because Byleth is a teacher, but as a teacher, they do not have more power than an actual fucking noble. I do not know enough about ARMS to say whether or not Min Min has done a war
I
crime.
don't think so.
She's a bowl of noodles, what crimes could she do?
Being a
It's
bad
food
bowl,
crimes.
like the ramen I had the other day.
Instagram food crimes.
What was wrong with the noodles you had the other day,
I
FP?
had one of those, they're, by Samyang, and the cheese ramen buldak or whatever they have. I don't know. People say they like that stuff, but it was so freaking spicy. I couldn't taste anything. My mouth was just on fire, and this was not one of those 2x spicy packages. I was just like, I did not enjoy this in any way, and afterward I had multiple people say, oh, well, what you're supposed to do is not use the entire packet of flavorants. You're supposed to use
And
half.
why is the entire packet included?
Yeah. It was absolutely awful.
So yeah, I think Min Min is just weird.
Yeah. Steve and Alex have definitely done a colonialism, but fuck if I can actually say if they've done any war crimes.
Is it a colonialism if you just kind of wake up there? Without the intent?
Have you ever, like, tamed a team of villagers?
Well, hang on.
Let me put it this way,
Hang on. No, because they're blank slates of characters. The actions are entirely upon the player. Just like you were saying with Fire Emblems, it depends on the routes and the player actions. So I'm gonna say no, because they're blank slates.
Okay, but they have still done... Like, inherently they are doing a colonialism in Minecraft.
But again, it's not them. Steve and Alex don't actually, like, have any character or anything.
The inherent gameplay loop of Minecraft is an colonialism.
I'm sure glad I had a powerbomb when I came through this tunnel.
I have a video I can link at you. But I'm not going to. But basically, Minecraft is one of many games where you are ostensibly doing and colonialism at all times.
Well, that is basically everything with the survival crafting genre.
Yes, congratulations. Sephiroth, absolutely 100%.
So many war crimes.
Actually, I think Sephiroth gives Ridley a run for the money in most evil character in Smash Bros. Let's see. Pyra and Mithra, you technically get Pyra on the fact that she is by nature a sword that is on fire.
Can she turn the fire off? Is
Yes.
this at all fair?
She can turn it off, but like inherently as a being that exists, she is a sword that is on fire that also happens to have a physical body.
I'm gonna say this one's kind of weird and on the line.
Yeah. Also, Mithra has a giant orbital space laser, so like...
You said lasers are inconclusive.
Yes, but orbital bombardment probably isn't.
Is it in the convention?
It might not be, but that's more because I don't think anybody has ever thought about whether or not
Then
they
it's
need
not
to
a
put it
crime.
in.
Or not a war crime.
Yeah, like, for the same reason Bayonetta isn't a war criminal, even though she should be.
Kazuya Mishima is 100% a war criminal.
I can buy
Like-
that, but I don't know what enough.
I can actually cite Tekken lore in this instance.
It's the
he
back
is-
dashes.
No, the Mishima Zaibatsu is effectively a paramilitary organization.
Oh, I fell off.
So, he is the owner of a company what literally does war as a business, and in the Tekken universe, actively has caused wars. So, like, Tekken lore is real fucked up the minute you start digging into it, and it's hilarious that that nobody talks about it. Akuma, in universe, showed up to beat the shit out of Heihachi because Heihachi was too much of a dickbag.
You said Akuma, and I thought you just said Kuma, and I'm thinking the bear.
No, Kuma is that's another thing. That's something you can get Heihachi on. Kuma is a bear that Heihachi trained in his family's style of karate.
That's not a war crime, is it?
I
No.
think training animals for combat technically is if they are used in warfare, but
But is he being
Kuma used
trained
in
for warfare, or is he just being trained for a martial arts tournament?
yes. It's Tekken. They're the same thing. And then I think Sora is the last character, and I think you can probably get Sora on a couple of things. Ignoring the fire, even ignoring the fire magic, I'm pretty sure you can get Sora on something.
The way you've been describing most of this just makes you sound like a prosecutor who's just really, really trying to get a client, get somebody on something. Or no, a DA.
Listen,
not
he
the
gets
prosecutor.
paid. He gets paid per prosecution.
Yeah.
Listen,
I'm sure
when they
we
finally
could get him
add
on some kind of crime.
when they finally add Phoenix Wright to Smash, I guarantee you that his final Smash is going to be throwing people into jail. Oh yeah, you absolutely can get Sora on the fact that the Keyblade is a jagged weapon, and that is a big no-no in the Geneva Convention.
Well, there you go. You got him.
Well, that took up a nice, good hour of stream.
You're welcome.
I'm fine with that.
Listen,
the
if
stream
anybody
is
ever
taking
told
up
me
longer than I would expect because I wasn't able to do. I wasn't able to get the early power bomb due to my inputs kind of being eaten. Because it requires a little more precision than I had available.
If anybody ever actually told me to shut up, I would. The problem is, nobody ever does.
It's funny.
I mean, I did invite him.
Yeah, we knew what we were letting ourselves in for.
Listen, there are certain topics where I can stretch out for way too fucking long. And talking about which video game characters may or may not be criminals is one of them.
I mean, like I said, you can get a lot of video game characters on regular crimes, but war crimes...
War crimes are really specific.
Yeah.
Way more specific than I think you actually were allotting. Like, the thing you need to look up is probably the big specifics of incendiary weaponry, because man wielding fire doesn't sound like it. It sounds too broad.
The incendiary weapon rules are, like, the weapon rules are all meant to prevent suffering. If the incendiary weapon is a one-shot, instant kill, there's no suffering.
You assume. You don't know how painful that singular instant of being on fire could be.
Very.
How painful is getting shot? What if it's not what if they don't get a one-shot on you? It can be incredibly painful.
Okay, let's see. I have found, like, a Cliff Notes version of the Geneva Conventions.
I'm still learning about
Convention
half-pipes.
1, Convention 1 is about protecting wounded and injured soldiers.
Oh, I guess Samus did a war crime right at the start of this game, shooting the injured pirates.
They shot her.
Convention 2 extends the protections described in the first convention to shipwrecked soldiers.
In this
you locked on to that buddy across the room and shot him before he sat up.
Okay, in this specific instance of this specific playthrough, yes. However, they do attack you.
I think Faye just brought up an important one on point number 2 there.
Yeah, so Convention 2 is this agreement extended the protections described in the first convention to shipwrecked soldiers and other naval forces, including special protections afforded to hospital ships.
So, by taking that logical conclusion, you also have to apply that to shipwrecked, space forces, too.
Okay,
Convention...
where are you going with that?
Aren't there space pirates in Metroid Prime 2 that are effectively shipwrecked?
Well, we already firmly established that Samus is.
Yeah.
Like, there's been no I mean, if you want to start counting up for her, just trying to figure out how many.
Yeah, like this is specifically at this point. If Faye's going to go through the Cliff Notes version, let's figure out how many Samus is violating. She's already gotten both of the first two.
Convention 3 is the requires POWs to give only their names, ranks, and serial numbers to their captors. Nations party to the convention may not use torture to extract information from POWs.
She never takes POWs.
Yeah, so that one doesn't apply.
Convention 4. Under this convention, civilians are afforded the same protections from inhumane treatment and attack afforded to sick and wounded soldiers in the first convention. Further, additional regulations regarding the treatment of civilians were introduced. Specifically, it prohibits attacks on civilian hospitals, medical transports, etc. It also specifies the rights of internees/prisoners of war and saboteurs. Finally, it discusses how occupiers are to treat an occupied populace.
That doesn't apply, and nothing in there applies to her.
Nothing applies to Samus, but that's one you get a lot of the Smash Bros. Cast on.
Yeah, because they all can fight Dr. Mario. So the second they fight Dr. Mario, they're a war criminal.
Yeah, well, even ignoring that, like, Bowser does not treat the people of the Mushroom Kingdom humanely. This is well established across the several times he has taken over the kingdom.
Protocol 1. The signing nations agreed to further the restrictions on the treatment of protected persons according to the original conventions, and clarification of the terms used in the conventions was introduced. Finally, new rules regarding the treatment of the deceased, cultural artifacts, and dangerous targets, such as dams and nuclear installations, were produced.
So you get Samus on that on pretty much every single one of those. Of the last bit there.
Protocol 2. In this protocol, the fundamentals of humane treatment were further clarified. Additionally, the rights of interned persons were specifically enumerated, providing protections for those charged with crimes during wartime. It also identified new protections and rights of civilian populations. And then Protocol 3, adopted in 2005 to add another emblem, the red crystal, to the list of emblems used to identify neutral humanitarian aid workers. Yep. Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions covered for the first time situations of non-international armed conflicts. Types vary greatly and include traditional civil wars or internal armed conflicts that spill over into other states, as well as internal conflicts in which third-party states or multinational forces can intervene alongside the government. Common Article
So that's
3...
how you get the Fire Emblems.
I mean, also on treatment of civilians, but
Yeah.
that's...
Where's the only Fire Emblem non-war criminal?
Common Article 3 functions like a mini-convention within the larger Geneva Convention itself and establishes fundamental rules from which no derogation is permitted, containing the essential rules of the Geneva Convention in a condensed format and making them applicable to non-international conflicts. So, it requires humane treatment for all persons in enemy hands without discrimination. It specifically prohibits murder, mutilation, torture, the taking of hostages, unfair trial, and cruel, humiliating, and degrading treatment.
You get Samus on that last one with basically every single one of her weapon types.
Super Mario World, that's where you get the Fireball, because getting turned into a coin is very degrading.
Fair. It requires that the wounded, sick, and shipwrecked are to be collected and cared for. It calls on the parties to the conflict to bring all or parts of the Geneva Conventions into force through special agreements. It recognises that the application of these rules does not affect the legal status of the parties to the conflict, and given that most armed conflicts today are non-international, applying Common Article 3 is of the utmost importance, and its full respect is required. Applicability of the Geneva Conventions. The conventions apply to all cases of declared war between signatory nations. This is the original sense of applicability which predates the 1949 version. The conventions apply to all cases of armed conflict between two or more. Nope, that's. Oh wait, no, I thought I was just reading the same thing again, but
It's probably worded a very specific way and repeated so that it is very clear what the wording is.
yeah, the conventions apply to all cases of armed conflict between two or more signatory nations, even in the absence of a declaration of war. This language was added in 1949 to accommodate situations that have all the characteristics of war without the existence of a formal declaration of war, such as a police action. The conventions apply to a signatory nation even if the opposing nation is not a signatory, but only if the opposing nation accepts and applies the provisions of the conventions.
So if two nations don't sign the thing and they go to war, they can't be held for war crimes?
I think that's what it's saying.
So literally none of the characters have actually, technically. None of them
Technically.
Mario's from Brooklyn.
He is not the entirety of the US.
No, but
I know. I can't
You
believe
could-
Mario is the
you-
only war criminal.
I'm almost positive that there's probably some caveat carved out for retroactively adding people to the Geneva Convention.
Enforcement
and
of the
then
Geneva Conventions.
trying them.
The Geneva Conventions provide for universal jurisdiction as opposed to a more traditional and limited territorial jurisdiction that was designed to respect the sovereignty of states over their citizens. The doctrine of universal jurisdiction is based on the notion that some crimes, such as genocide, crimes against humanity, torture, and war crimes, are so exceptionally grave that they affect the fundamental interests of the international community as a whole. It renders the convicts or accused of such crimes to the jurisdiction of all signatory states, regardless of their nationality or territoriality of their crime.
Okay, so you get some of this anyway.
Yeah, so like even if you haven't signed the Geneva Conventions, you are still like
Beholden to them.
beholden to them if you do something particularly heinous. Every state bound by the treaties is under the legal obligation to search for and prosecute those in its territory suspected of committing such crimes, regardless of the nationality of the suspect or victim or of the place where the act was allegedly committed. The state may hand the suspect over to another state or an international tribunal for trial. Where domestic law does not allow for the exercise of universal jurisdiction, a state must introduce the necessary domestic legislative provisions before it can do so, and must actually exercise the jurisdiction unless it hands a suspect over to another country or international tribunal. Does that make sense?
So there's
very legalese.
Yeah. Is there nothing in there about incendiaries?
So this is just like the condensed version.
Yeah, okay.
War crimes.
I mean, this is a crime right here.
Yeah, so I'm not finding anything about like incendiary things specifically, but I believe it would class under torture or cruel, unusual, and degrading punishment.
Mm-hmm.
It mutilates the bodies too.
Yeah.
That's how you get Samus on it, because even if it's a one tap, it's a one tap that burns the body away, so there's nothing.
Yeah, so like you must allow people to mourn and dispose of their dead in the way that their culture would normally do so. So desecrating the dead isn't technically a war crime, but destroying the bodies is.
So that's also how you get Mario.
Yeah. Oof,
And
coin.
Link in a lot of cases. Because
Chat,
there have been a couple of Zelda games that have specific kill animations.
So chat, what have we learned today?
War crimes are bad.
Yeah, don't do war crimes. I was gonna say don't do regular crimes either, but you know what? Be gay, do crimes. But
Do
don't
regular
do.
crimes if they are within reason, and the fact that they are a crime in and of itself
Bullshit.
is yeah,
What have we
inherently
learned?
unjust.
Don't leave witnesses.
Sometimes laws are in place because there really should be a fucking law about something.
But yes, now we have a deeper understanding of the fact that 99% of the Smash roster has committed a war crime.
Again, pretty much the only ones who are free of sin are like Sonic and the Inklings.
Game and Watch. No, not Game and Watch. Rob.
Rob, but specifically if you're counting it as Rob the
Which we are.
Rob the
Toy.
toy rather than Rob the Smash Bros character that
Which we are. Because as we established, no Smash
You
Bros.
can unlock
canon.
you can unlock Rob in Brawl without having ever touched Subspace Emissary.
yes, but I will also argue that laser beam eyes is not something that Rob the toy can do.
You gotta get the Rob Pro.
But you also said lasers are a question mark.
So
Lasers
Mr.
designed
looked
to
it up.
target the eyes are
Yeah,
are-
Yeah.
lasers designed to target the eyes and lasers deployed without sufficient safety checks and
Which Rob absolutely violates both of those.
Are you sure? He would have had to be signed
Stop
off by the
shooting at-
Consumer Product Safety Commission.
OSHA.
No, not OSHA, just
Yeah, OSHA's for offices.
OSHA is
just who you gotta look at
Safety
for.
hat.
yeah, occupational. Which is so here's something fun that not everybody knows about how the US operates. Not only is there an OSHA, there's also MSHA.
Which one's MSHA?
Mines specifically.
Oh yeah, they
Oh, I was
need
gonna guess
that.
military.
Yeah, MSHA is a different organization than OSHA, specifically because mining has its own set of, hazards to deal with.
I was gonna say who you'd get OSHA crimes on is probably Isabel and the Villager.
There's an entire Polygon video about it, and most of the Smash Bros. Stages have OSHA violations.
Well, yeah, missing railings everywhere. You can just walk right off.
Missing railings, a lot of them would technically constitute hard hat zones, and there's no nothing posted indicating as such.
They're also not disabled accessible.
Yeah, they all violate the ADA. Funnily enough, Mario Maker occasionally does not violate ADA because Bill added slopes.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Would the hammer power up in Mario Maker count as your hard hat posting?
No.
I believe ADA is technically part of OSHA compliance, but fundamentally, OSHA compliance is a separate thing from ADA compliance because every building is required to be ADA compliant within reason. I believe there's grandfather clausing, but
It's probably grandfather clausing for historical buildings only.
Yeah. But businesses, I am pretty sure, are required to be ADA compliant, whereas inherently by nature, a warehouse, for example, a warehouse cannot be ADA compliant because,
It's a warehouse.
ADA compliance is... So it's a lot more broad than people think it is, because it's not just like, oh, you have to have ramps installed and stuff like that. It's about accessibility measures for all kinds of disabilities, not just, wheelchair accessibility. It's just, that's the most visual one. But yeah, like, Braille in elevators is part of ADA compliance.
So is easily accessible bathrooms, because IBS is classed as a disability.
The elevator in my place must be grandfathered in, because it's old.
Again, living places do not necessarily have to be ADA compliant.
Yeah, fair. That elevator is old, though, and it's out of inspection by like 3 years.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The
I mean, it didn't
certificate
feel-
inside... The certificate inside says, like, 2019 on it.
I mean, when we were moving Jay and Laura in there, it didn't feel like the safest elevator, but
No.
every other time I've been there, we've just taken the stairs, so...
Like, I noticed it, and I noticed the thing being out of date, and I'm just like... I don't know what to do with this.
But yeah, there's a... I don't know how it would be for whatever the UK equivalent of the ADA is, assuming you even have one.
We do.
But
It's
a lot of US
the-
buildings run on grandfather clauses, specifically because on the East Coast, a lot of buildings are older than you think they are.
Yeah, it's here it's the People with Disabilities Act.
Yeah. Like, for example, my house was built in sometime around 1925. It says 1925 on the paperwork, but... But yeah, because of that, there are certain regulations that can be ignored in terms of home inspection safety, because the house is so old that you would have to fundamentally tear it down in order to get it. Oh yes, handrails on stairs in places of business is actually an ADA compliance thing. It's also a requirement for homes, but...
I don't think I've ever gotten him full one round, but I always try. Or one cycle. It's real hard to actually manage it. Because you get pirates that come down and start attacking you.
It's always...
And blocking
Omega
your
Pirate
block.
always feels like a boss they kind of added at the last minute because they realized they needed some more, they needed more content and they couldn't figure out how else to do it other than throwing another boss
They
in.
needed a boss
Nice.
that required you to use the X-Revisor.
I don't think he feels useless in that sense. Do you see that white pirate just hanging out on the wall?
Yeah?
He's not doing anything. He's just there.
Like
I'll
all
be back
white men,
in
am
a
I
minute.
right?
What is happening?
Retro Studio shockwaves in the first Metroid Prime game.
Remember when the boat was stuck?
Yeah.
So yeah, my inputs have definitely been getting eaten through this whole game. If you see me just like fire a charge shot at the wrong time or whatever, that's the A button just releasing.
The half A press of the upstroke of the A press.
Yeah. Also, all this switching back and forth is not me trying to do that. It's like the L button. Yeah, I don't know. So for whatever reason, it's like I'm just getting input drops every now and then.
Also, I posted a picture in my Discord of what the cat looked like as she was listening to that conversation about war crimes.
Was she looking like a cat?
Yes. But also she looked extremely disappointed.
That's fair. Come on. Where are you? There we go. It's also possible to somehow hit this guy with a power bomb, but it's really difficult because he only takes damage if you're in X-ray mode. So you have to like let the power bomb go, explode out, switch on next revisor as fast as possible, but it's just weird.
You got the cool suit.
You know, it's funny to say, but up till Dread, this was the coolest suit in all of the series, and after Dread, I'm not entirely sure if I can still say the same. It's still really, really good, but Dread has some excellent suit design.
Yeah.
I mean, the Phazon suit is amazing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's super good. Also, I didn't want to come up here yet. I gotta go back for the one artifact. But yeah, Dread has some very, very good suit design.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Who wants a soda?
I'm alright.
What are you drinking today, Novel?
Root beer. It was that, Mountain Dew, or Pepsi with cream soda? Which is way better than it sounds like it should be.
Well, yeah, we can just straight up say that Samus's power bombs are a war crime in and of itself because of the other M talking about how they are just so dangerous. Like, other M goes out of the way to just be like, yeah, your power bombs are so ridiculously dangerous, please do not use them ever.
You know, for a peaceful, scholarly race of bird people, the Chozo sure made some fucked up weaponry.
It's because they weren't all peaceful.
I know. Man, the best part about the Phazon suit in 1 is the morph ball. I actually kind of don't like how the suit itself looks, but the morph ball looks fucking kickin' rad.
Mm-hmm. The morph ball looks like it's a video card that some third party has overclocked to resell.
Listen, video
Mod for Metroid
cards have
Prime
no
that-
reason to look as cool as they do.
Mod for Metroid Prime that replaces all the red in the fusion suit with an RGB pattern.
Oh, that'd be fun. Except you wouldn't see it.
You would when you go into Morph Ball.
Oh, yeah.
Just imagine like a rainbow rippling through the red parts of the Morph Ball.
Kids are hungry.
One of those Metroid Prime dev stories things was talking about like the modes in the game, all the visors and the way they work, and the way that they actually get like performance out of them. And it's fascinating stuff because it's like, well, the reason the combat visor has to run perfectly, that's fine. It's kind of got the most going on, but then like the scan visor, by removing the arm cannon models and every sort of weaponry model, they're able to do the overlays without losing. They remove most of the HUD, stuff like that, so you don't have as much lag from doing it. Then the thermal visor turns off the global lighting and replaces it with its own kind of mapping. And the X-ray visor is just kind of weird, but same deal. Technically, the morph ball is kind of its own visor as far as the game is concerned, which again removes HUD elements and things like that, and adds a dynamic light. Let's see. I gotta get artifacts. It's mostly the thing that I'm on now, which I should be able to just kind of do a quick pass through a bunch of places. But yeah, the fact that I wasn't able to kind of get certain things early due to just being super inconsistent earlier meant that this has taken longer than I'd have hoped.
It's okay, we had some interesting conversations.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But it was like, oh, I can't get Plasma Beam before Thardus because I don't think I'm going to have the precision to make the wall climb that I would require. Or, oh, I can't get the Power Bomb early because, same deal, I can't seem to jump this gap. Power Bomb early would have allowed me to get X-Ray Visor early, which meant I wouldn't have had to backtrack out of Phazon Mines.
I think you mean the bad idea, mine.
It's true. At least I got a couple of things early. Like the, where I dropped that tower in Vendrana and got the artifact behind it. I was about to be like, my dude, do not shoot me. Not while I'm hanging here.
He's a space pirate. He's got shit aim.
That's what you think, and then one of them hits you.
Well, yeah, because you dipped when you should have dodged.
True.
Have you ever thought about getting good at video games?
Sometimes.
Fucked up.
Just a passing fancy, nothing more. Ah, thanks, half-pipe detection.
Listen, Samus's suit knows that occasionally you just want to go do some rad half-pipe tricks.
Okay,
good suit.
I'm going to go to bed. My dad is coming home from the hospital tomorrow, and I need to be available to kind of arrange things around the house.
That's reasonable.
Yep.
So
Alright.
I will probably still be watching on my phone.
Okay. Well, we'll see you then. Or we'll see you later.
Yeah. Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Right.
Let's see. I think the fastest way is to go back to Ventrana, get the ones in there, and then I can get the ones in Magamore. And then Chozo Ruins, and then back to the overworld. Wait, that's not the way I'm going. I gotta go up a wall. Apparently the elevator transitions are almost, but not exactly pre-rendered cutscenes. Because of the way that the game has to load stuff.
I mean, it's a fucking GameCube game. I assume that everything is cobbled together in the weirdest possible ways just to make it sure it actually works.
This works.
mean, one of the biggest things I miss as video games have gotten more and more complicated is, like, in the NES and Game Boy era, stuff just being cobbled together and a mess on the back end where it's using, like, 3 different things to all do different jobs that still somehow have to interact with each other. And, like, the weird bugs you get because of that. The only, like, really the only bugs you get in a video game in 2022 are, like, graphical glitches or falling through the game.
That's more to me that we have enough memory now that you don't need to use the same spots in memory.
Yeah, I know, but it, like, I kind of want to see what a team with current knowledge of how to make video games could do in a much more limited environment, you know?
You sometimes see stuff like that, but yeah, I know what you mean. Honestly, it's not necessarily that the games were, that the people didn't know what they were doing as much, and more that they knew what they were doing and just had to figure out how to fit the limitation. Because you could probably take a lot of the people who, you could take someone who's made, let's say, AAA game or worked on it or whatever, and put them into a situation on old hardware, but it's not necessarily going to be easier for them as much as it is just, oh, well, this is a way harder thing to work for because of the limitations involved.
Yeah. It's, like, the way I think about it is just, like, using a really weird example here, like Shovel Knight. The fact that the game's entire soundtrack does technically fit on hardware that it is attempting to,
no, it doesn't.
I thought some part of it.
There is a caveat. You could fit all of the game's soundtrack in an NES ROM, but that would be the only thing in the whole ROM.
Yeah, like that's an interesting thing, though,
NES
and the fact
accurate.
the fact that they worked as hard as they did to make sure on any given screen there are only I think there's something like only 2 sprites in that entire game are technically not doable on an NES.
I think it's
and
like
it's because
Polar
of
Knight and some really big
Polar
stuff.
Knight and one of the backer reward fights, I think, and it's specifically because of the brown color that they used for those.
Oh no, I know what it
characters.
is. Polar Knight is probably too big for the NES to move around like a sprite, but it was the color palettes are accurate to the game, or to the NES, aside from like 3 colors they added. One for like a better light blue that could actually represent ice or something, and then like 2 others for skin tones related to characters. Because yes, there is no good brown for skin tones.
Yeah, like that's the kind of self-imposed restriction that I find, like, I know that it won't happen with modern AAA games because why restrict yourself when you have insane budgets? You want to use all of your budget at all times so that you keep getting more budget, but like...
I think some of the other problem, or the other thing is, you wouldn't really be able to transition a AAA studio as well to making something in that sense, just because of the size and scale. You'd have small projects or whatever, but like I feel like there's a difference between, working as one of many different programmers on a very large thing and being the sole programmer for a small game, sole or like maybe a team of 4 or something. Because you think about games, older games or whatever, and you look at the credits for them, and especially on NES, sometimes those games were made with as few as a dozen people, or less. Super Nintendo, you started seeing more, but even then...
I mean, it's like looking at what's happened to the Pokemon series over the years. Like, the first game is fucking rough. And the most recent game is fucking rough for a completely different reason. And it's like...
I'm genuinely surprised how rough this is.
It's because they had zero turnaround time, and it shows. Like, as soon as Arceus was ready to get out the door, I'm pretty sure it was out the door, and every team member from that was suddenly moved over to Scarlet and Violet, and the game really needed another year in the oven.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny that people were complaining about the Diamond and Pearl remakes, but, like,
Wasn't
they
it
feel
that they
like
were a little buggy, but otherwise it's mostly just personal preferences that people didn't like about them?
there on launch there were a handful of bugs, but, like, it was
they
stuff you
were.
had to go out of your way to run into.
I remember hearing the game was like an absolute nightmare mess on 1.0, and then after 1.1, all the bugs that were left are stuff you have to run into.
Yeah, and 1.1 was literally day one patch.
Yeah.
So you were playing on the game on a modern video game, effectively on a beta branch of a modern video game, because let's be real, any video game that doesn't day one patch probably actually had enough dev time to not need it.
Yeah, like, let's talk about that as well. Like, the whole day one patch thing is really kind of... I don't...
Uses. You can keep leakers out if you know you're going to be doing a 1.1 patch.
Like,
Yeah, but it's still just like... Man.
I get that functionally it means that you can set a release date for your game and actually meet that date and continue working through printing.
But still.
But it does mean that lead times keep getting shorter and shorter because of it, and you can see with Pokemon how that has ended up fucking everything up.
I feel like it's gotten to a point where it's like, oh, it's just, well, it's fine. We'll fix it in post, essentially.
Yeah. Like, I don't blame Game Freak for the state Scarlet and Violet is in. I blame Nintendo for the expectations of the Pokemon release cycle.
I mean, Game Freak is just as, like, culpable.
They have 30% ownership. It's Game Freak, Creatures, and Nintendo in a perfect three-way split.
It's not.
So.
It's not Nintendo's fault that that Game Freak doesn't ever staff up over 200 people. They are making they consistently make entries in one of media's biggest franchises, and yet they act tiny.
But this also feels like one of those cases where Nintendo said we need a Christmas release date for the new Pokemon game. And
Maybe, but all I can think is like, well, staffing up and stuff like that. Like, they would have been working on this. Like, it's not like they were working on it for only 10 months or something.
yeah, no, they've been
This has been probably in the works for at least 2 years.
since Sword and Shield DLC dropped at the very least. Because like you take your Sword and Shield team, you pull some of them off but you leave enough on to do the DLC, but the rest start working on the next game. Except Arceus also came out in that time frame, so who knows how the teams were split up.
Well, as far as we can tell, Arceus was a team. Like, it makes you question which team was kind of doing this.
Yeah, it's like because Diamond and Pearl remakes were entirely done through an external third party, from my understanding. Like they're using the Diamond and Pearl source code essentially.
Emerald
But all the
Curtis is
actual
right though that, like, yeah, because of the 3-year cycle that Pokemon basically dictates itself for new gens now, they don't really get the chance to.
The problem is it worked fine when they were still doing 2D sprites, because that's a lot less time and effort in animation and modeling.
Yeah, and like that's why they have Creatures Inc., who still does all the actual models for the Pokemon and stuff like that. But
And even
everything
with
else,
the future-proofed Pokemon models, like you still have to add in interactions for every possible new move you add in, and whatever the new mechanic
and they change the
that
animations
generation
on them every time too, which fair. But
like just because you're using the same model does not mean it's always like it's using the same rigging. It's not using the same
Plus, they seem to
animations and all
update
that.
them as well, because I know one of the things with like X and Y, was it X and Y, where they basically go to having very little reaction to any attack that occurs, or even the attacks themselves are using like very
Yeah.
generic attack posing.
X and Y was the first
Yeah,
3D game, and then Sun and Moon they
they
knew
did
what
a
they were
little more.
doing.
They did a little more.
Yeah.
They did a little more. So like they are constantly iterating on those models, but
And then when they moved to the Switch, they basically had to redo the models again, and that's why so much of the Pokédex got cut for Sword and Shield. And that's a whole other can of
I'm
worms.
honestly not sure they had to, like, update the models again, because the models on the 3DS were really high quality, weren't they, Ty? Like, they were way higher than the 3DS could capably use.
They have really high poly counts, but since they're all in X and Y, they only ever come up in battles. There's a couple overworld Pokemon, and all the other models are pretty low poly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Pokemon themselves are really high poly.
Like, I don't know. It's they need to.
I think that the core thing that we can pretty much all agree on is just that they need to like staff up or something.
If they're not going to be able to get more time due to the cycles, they're going to need more people working on the game.
Yeah.
Because we know Game Freak doesn't crunch. They've said they don't crunch, and that's why all the games come out almost unfinished.
Because, you know, at the time Sword and Shield came out, like, people being overly dramatic about the game looks, you know, the textures look terrible and stuff like that.
Sword and Shield does not look as good as Breath of the Wild, but also Breath of the Wild was a main Nintendo dev, throw all of our budget and employees behind it because this is our flagship title.
Yeah. But now, with this one, I can't really sit here and say the same thing. Like, it does. Texture is pretty rough.
It has no
places.
reason to look as bad as it does, other than they don't have enough people working on it.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because, like, to me, it is just proving fundamentally that even though you could do an open world Pokemon game, because so far what I've played of it, it's fine at that. Like, I'm not thrilled about the open world, but it's not actively a problem. If you are going to do a game as open and wide and with all these models on screen at all times, you really need a longer dev time than what they have. Like, I have not played Arceus myself, but Arceus is a lot more restrained in scope in comparison.
I remember when Arceus was first announced, I looked at the trailers and it looked pretty choppy, about as choppy as Scarlet Violet again. But by the time it actually launched, it was way better off.
Yeah, like, that's another weird thing that happens with Pokemon in the 3D era. Like, when they're showing off the content for it, they're very clearly using beta branches.
Sure.
And pretty much every time they've shown off content, because before Scarlet and Violet, the actual games would then come out and they would look a lot better than the preview images.
But in this case, I mean, granted, I didn't watch that many trailers, but
there was some choppiness, but people kind of assumed the same thing was going to happen. It was going to look a little choppy in the trailers, and then on release, it would be fine.
Yeah. I like hers is saying, Arceus kind of looks, you know, it looks dated. It's kind of got the same thing, but, like, it didn't look too bad. I felt like it had enough in terms of the flavor to not look that off or that bad, but for whatever reason, this game, the texture quality on it just seems so low for things. It's like they're using 32 by 32 textures.
It feels like they made the game environment too big on this one. Like, if everything was like half the size it is, it could run a little bit more consistently. And then it also runs into the problem of, so Sword and Shield was weird in that you had people running around in the wild area and nowhere else.
The wild area was the one place where, yeah, the frame rate in Sword and Shield was absolute garbage in the wild area, especially if you played online.
But they specifically designed this game so that you and 3 other people could all be running around the same game world at once, no matter where you are in it, and
And I
that's
wouldn't even want
kind
to
of
try
fundamentally
it because, like,
causing some of the issues.
I'm sitting here already being like, I'm just playing single player and it's already dipping as much as it is. I had the whole throw a Pokeball, the whole world unloads and reloads happen to me on the first time I played.
Oh, the other fun thing, apparently people found out today or recently, if you plug a second controller in,
I saw that.
both control sticks control the same character and it's additive speed.
Yeah.
So, get ready for the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet speed run. 1 player, 2 controllers.
I wonder how that'll get patched or something.
I mean, if it's
Wow,
not a
that bee
game-breaking
just
bug, it
sacrificed
probably
himself
won't.
for the hive. Also, the other one I saw is that you can jump backwards up the slopes
Wait, there's a jump button?
with the Miraidon or whatever.
Oh, with the... Okay.
With your ride, you can jump backwards up the slopes.
The thing the game has not shown me yet, because I literally just got to the big city because I was running around catching new Pokemon.
Yeah.
Gonna use me a weird-ass Wooper.
I've got a weird-ass Wooper in my party, too. I've
Enjoy
also got that
Woopers.
weird-ass, the weird poison normal thingy.
I was thinking about using one, and then I caught a Wooper instead.
I've got both in my party. I like poison type.
If you wanted to do a fairy monotype, like, this seems like the gen to do it.
I mean, I have 2 very compelling reasons to do a poison monotype,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
But yeah,
Yeah,
like,
I
in the
will.
first area alone, there's, like... Let's see, I've seen
There's a
Azurill...
huge amount of things
Yeah.
available.
But, like, in terms of fairy types, Azurill, Ralts, Fido,
Igglybuff.
the new one, Igglybuff... Like...
Time to hunt the ghosts.
Yep.
They're gonna be spooky, look out.
It was funny though. Somebody I follow on Twitter posted a clip of them, you know, throwing a Pokeball at a Diglett from between their legs in the exact same way that I did when I ran through the same area. So I wonder if that Diglett always spawns at the same spot at the same time. Also, yeah, the game runs weird. Like, there's always graphical glitches happening, and, like, weird quality issues. But at the same time, it's not anything that it makes it unplayable, just unpleasant.
Yeah. Like, it's just surprisingly iffy.
So, the game it reminds me the most of, in terms of performance, I'm going to stress this because this is going to be a weird fucking comparison if you know the game otherwise, is it reminds me of Drakengard 3. Because Drakengard 3 is a laggy, buggy mess.
From what I was watching, I was getting DK64 vibes. Like original hardware DK64.
Yeah, but that wasn't actually, like, graphically having issues. It's just... The thing is, I think DK and a lot of N64 games by comparison are just low frame rate, but not bad frame time.
Except DK64.
I don't remember if...
Like,
I don't remember if
have you
feeling
ever
so
thrown
choppy.
an orange grenade in that game?
Well, there's a...
Isn't like half of the speedrun tricks just throw a bunch of grenades out to lag the game out so that you can trick it into doing things that you're not supposed to?
Because it was because of its frame rate issues, it was one of the earlier games to use the concept of delta time, but it doesn't use delta time for everything, so some things are still frame rate dependent. Like
Well, what I mean is...
the clipping and beaver bother is also frame rate dependent.
Well, what I mean more is there's a difference between frame rate and frame time, where the frame time is like how long a frame is displayed on screen. So you might have the full frames, but the frame time itself might be off. And I think that's when the frame time is off. That's where you get like the things that feel like bad stutter. Because a game can be slow. Like, yeah, DK64 can get down into the teens, same with Zelda stuff, or Ocarina of Time, stuff like that. But they never stop feeling, like, responsive in the same way. Whereas, like, when a frame time is kind of off, then you have, like, these weird instances where some frame is displayed for longer than another, and it feels like a stutter. Yeah, it's definitely under 30 in terms of frame rate.
Like, the thing is, fundamentally under the hood, it's still a Pokemon game, and like the core Pokemon gameplay loop is fine enough. But God, I wish they would stop trying to do big open 3D and just go back to the thing that they were really good at.
Here's the problem. No, here's the problem. It's the same thing as Sonic. The people who aren't huge into the series don't like that. The people who drive by say, "Oh, Sonic was ruined by his friends," are the same people who say, "Man, Pokemon would be great if it was just an open world field with nothing in it."
God, I gotta be honest. I also tried Sonic Frontiers, and I'm glad that I was not the one who paid for that game.
Oof. I have it on PC and it runs fine on my computer.
It's not the way it's running. It is a bad action game and a bad open world game hiding in a mediocre at best Sonic game.
I am absolutely loving my time with the game. Probably because it's not actually an open world game. They tricked me. They kept showing me those fucking Breath of the Wild ass screenshots. But it's nothing like Breath of the Wild at all.
I mean, I fundamentally hate the quote-unquote combat in it because, like, you're gonna add in a fucking parry and dodge moves and stuff like that. And you're still gonna make me drop all my rings if I get hit once, huh?
I thought you drop them in chunks.
Maybe if you level up, but I didn't even get that far because I just really didn't like how the combat felt.
I mean, I don't really like it either, but I just run around the enemies because you don't have to fight anything at all. Other than the bosses, and the bosses aren't too bad.
Oh,
I don't know.
It made there's no compelling reason to actually fight enemies problem.
Well, it again, I keep comparing it to it's like each zone is an open world Spider-Man game. And you know in the open world Spider-Man games, you only have to fight the enemies when they actually force you to.
Yeah.
Like,
You don't have to fight thugs on the street at any point, you can just swing past them.
I think my problem is just I want another Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, but specifically just a game of nothing but the Sonic levels.
See, I don't want that because that's not Sonic Adventure to me.
Sonic Adventure has to have all the weird extras.
Sonic Adventure, like if you just give someone a level of Sonic game, a game of Sonic levels, like imagine Generations but just the modern levels, is what you basically get. it would be over in an hour, and everyone would be complaining, especially the people, the game critics that, like, Sonic and Pokemon are in a very similar position right now, where no matter what they do, they won't make anyone happy.
It's one of those problems where, like, fundamentally, a Sonic game should be something you can beat in a single sitting.
Yeah.
Like an old-style Sonic, sure.
A Sonic game should not take you more than, like, 10 hours total to see start to credits.
Why not?
I hate using time arguments for it.
It's because
we haven't
to
had
me,
any good
to me, the
examples
point of
of
a
it, we don't really have
to me,
very
the
many
point of a
good
Sonic game
Sonics.
is not. It's not to be a long experience. It's to be a repeatable experience.
Okay.
I disagree because, again, adventure is clearly not that.
Except I would point out Adventure and Adventure 2 are, because they include a way to just individually select the levels and replay them.
But if you're talking
a
start to credits, that's you're not intended to replay them.
Yeah, like we're talking. You talk specifically like the length of time that you're spending with.
Because getting all the S ranks is extra.
Like, yeah, I'm specifically talking about just a single playthrough, beginning to end, not 100%, should not be a long experience. It should be something you can do in 1 or 2 sittings as a Sonic game.
I cannot, I don't want to just slap a time limit on an IP like that.
It's less a hard and fast time limit and more of a... Once you're started, you have to have a compelling reason for a game like Sonic to go longer than that.
Well, I think the reason that you might say that is more just Sonic is difficult to lend to that long game kind of perspective because of how he. Oh my God! What the fuck just happened? What?
The boy was hungry. You denied him his meal.
Okay. So, like, here's kind of the way I'm gonna phrase it.
Oh, I didn't get to
Sonic...
finish. I was too busy being just...
Sonic Generations is basically, if you are just going beginning to end and not doing every single piece of side content in it, it's kind of about how long a Sonic game should be to me. You can beat it in an afternoon if you're just shotgunning it. But there's a lot of extra stuff that you can do to extend the life of that game.
Sonic Generations Metacritic.
I went to the wrong elevator.
Because I do, okay, none of the blurbs say it, but I do remember Sonic Generations got a lot of criticism for being short.
Yeah, and those people are fucking wrong, because the point of that game is to be replayable, not to...
The tough part is Sonic as a game is conceived fast, conceived in an arcadey style, and yeah, for the poor devs who are making the thing, like they talked how it kind of sucks to make Generations and put all the detail into it, and then have it go by in an instant. And I get
you don't put that detail in there. If you don't put that detail in there, everyone complains.
Because it's
because
we've seen
Forces.
It. Generation is beautiful.
But like even if Generations Unleashed didn't exist, people would complain about how Sonic Forces looks, and I know because people complain about how Sonic Colors looked.
See, like, I played Forces. I had a good time with Forces. If I wanted to go back, I could play it again. I'm of the opinion that Forces is nowhere near as bad as people are pretending it is. But also, yeah, the OC
Sonic
levels
Forces
are the
mid.
weakest point of that game.
Sonic Forces is basically Sonic Colors too. They're both the most mid Sonic games I've ever played. I like Frontiers more than both of them.
I think basically...
And Sonic Frontiers is the most mid game to ever exist.
It's interesting to see like what you could try to do with a Sonic game in over a longer period of time. It's at least worth trying.
Like, I don't know, maybe if you're gonna keep releasing longer Sonic games, shake it up every now and then and release a game that's like you know, using an example of another one of my favorite Sonic games, like Sonic Advance 2 length, where, you know,
I mean, that's
again,
also short.
you can beat it in an afternoon, like a single character story in an afternoon, but there's multiple characters to play through, and you know, it's more about getting good at running through the levels than playing the level, like trying to stay on the optimal path rather than.
Well, unfortunately, the appetite for the smaller Sonics just usually isn't there. We were kind of blessed with Mania, but I mean, it's been 5 years since Mania.
Even then, Mania got complaints that it was simultaneously too short and too long.
And it's like as long as 3 and Knuckles.
It's longer. It's got way bigger stages.
Let me make sure I've got all things except for the one in the artifact site. Okay, cool.
I think part of the issue comes from the fact that fundamentally, from the way Sonic works versus, like, let's compare Mario, where, like, 3D World specifically for Mario, because it's got a lot of content there, and it takes you more than an afternoon to beat it, but the stages are all kind of bite-sized, and most of them kind of have their own gimmick going on, whereas Sonic, it's like...
Well, Mario was always kind of
how do you...
in the bite-sized stage method.
But, like, Sonic doesn't... Sonic sort of does the gimmick stage thing, but it doesn't do it as much.
Most of the time it does gimmick stages, it's not very fun.
Yeah, like all of Sonic Colors.
Zone.
All of Sonic Colors.
I can't believe you don't like Burger Time.
I don't like that level. It's like everyone's like, oh, Forces is all that so much different than Colors. It's like, yeah, Colors has filler. Forces doesn't. Colors has this stupid level with the triple spring trampoline that you're stuck on. That's an act. It's a whole act.
As long as we can all agree that Sonic 4 is the worst Sonic game.
No, it's not. Sonic 1 on the GBA is the worst Sonic game.
We don't count Sonic 1 on the GBA. Because that one's because that one is the unspoken worst. Like, everybody knows that one is the actual worst. What is the worst one other than that?
2006 has an other than the Kiss. 2006's story is like
God. He moves the
Sonic Adventure
goalposts more
3.
than the NFL.
06, the entertainment value of 06 is watching other people play 06.
06 is far from the worst Sonic game. When shit like Labyrinth and Shuffle exist, 06 isn't even in contention.
06 is the worst of the 3D Sonics. Because I'm not count 3D Blast, because that's a sprite-based game pretending.
I just bit my tongue from saying I might put 06 above Colors.
All right, I gotta ask this one. If it's doing the widescreen. Did the widescreen thing for me for a split second. Ty, the one that's been that affected you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we widescreen Meta Ridley now.
Thanks, Meta Ridley.
I don't
Very
understand.
Cool.
Also, it's not having a good time with the frames. This is.
No, I've seen worse.
No, it's the audio is.
Oh.
Totally crackly. Apologies, stream.
Also, would you really say Colors is worse when Colors is actually Colors is actually a complete game? You know?
Well,
is
what I was going to say.
Because Colors feels like they had 2 acts per level and then hacked them up and inserted filler in between. Because they realized this game is too short and people will be mad at us for releasing a short video game.
Oh good, I can move into the next phase.
Yay!
There we go.
Also, I think it's funny whenever people are talking about the worst 3D Sonic game, like, Secret Rings never comes up. That should probably be in contention.
Oh, Curtis is a dolphin dev. There's a heuristic we have to detect whether any rendered frame is 4:3 or 6:9 or 16:9, and some graphical effects mess with that. You can override under graphics aspect ratio. Auto enables the heuristic.
Okay.
Then I'm just gonna force 4:3 so that maybe it'll stop. Oh, half pipes detected. I can't see his health bar.
The suit just wants you to do some cool tricks. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, like, why does nobody ever bring up Secret Rings as worst 3D Sonic?
People usually consider the storybook games separate. I don't know why, because like Black Knight is good and Secret Rings is like its controls are bad, but it's otherwise inoffensive.
Sonic Jam is the worst 3D Sonic game.
The thing I've been trying to ask, but I keep getting interrupted by Ridley and Dolphin and stuff like that, is if 2006 didn't have as many bugs as it did, would it be just fine?
It would be mid. It would be okay.
Yeah.
People would be like, the kiss is stupid. People wouldn't like the way the game looks because that was a complaint. Like the trailers looked fine, but in game all the characters have like very weird floppy proportions.
People would laugh at it the same way they laugh at Shadow the Hedgehog, I think.
I think people would be more positive on 06 if it ran better, but in hindsight it wouldn't be as loved as Adventure 1 or Adventure 2. Because there is, like, actual, outside of the bugs and the Havoc objects and stuff like that, there is, like, design issues with its implementation of the adventure formula.
Get out of here, Ridley. Stop lagging my game.
Enemies having health bars, when you're in a proper speedy Sonic level, brings down the experience.
By the way,
In the open
the
world,
reason the audio
it's
is
fine, but
the reason the audio is because audio crackling happens because the audio is coupled to game speed. It's a side effect of CPU/GPU slowdown. Not much you can do about it. Prime is heavy to emulate. Like, I know the biggest emulation issues Prime has was usually related to its texture cache. Anyway, yeah, the only time I ever witnessed Sonic 06 was when I watched the LP of it about a decade and a half ago.
It's worth watching speed runs of it these days. Because now that the game is, like, understood and people kind of know exactly how to break it on any given stage.
there is also that project that is Sonic 6 but playable.
Uh-huh.
What was that, Project 06, I think? Yeah.
It's always been funny to me that, like, people will sit and discuss, okay, what's the worst Sonic game? But, like, you don't really have that conversation about Mario.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, what's the worst Mario game?
Sunshine
Super
for a lot
Mario
of people.
Brothers 3.
I was gonna say Sunshine for a lot of people, and I think Sunshine could actually be, like, legitimate in some cases.
Sunshine is the worst at being, yeah, a Mario title. I think it's a good enough standalone experience of having Mario
Ooh, that guy
Mario
almost knocked me
as.
out.
I like Sunshine like way more than Odyssey. I get why people like Odyssey, but like
Well, the main,
Sunshine has level design?
the main reasons that I would say people might have a knock against Sunshine is mostly related to not even the flood existing or anything like that, but more the fact that like a good 20% of the game is not actually levels. the fact that it's clearly was unfinished and rushed in a sense.
Obstacle courses floating in space that remove your primary gameplay gimmick are kind of a sign that, yeah.
Odyssey has a ton of those!
Yeah, also Galaxy is all about obstacle courses literally floating in space.
Except neither of those games remove your primary gameplay gimmick.
Yes, they do! The
God,
Odyssey ones
I
are
love
like,
this face.
Oh,
the Odyssey
God.
ones often just don't have things to capture in them.
But you still have all your movement options, is kind of the difference there. Like, yeah, there are a
Fucking
handful
have to
where
keep
they
Cappy
specifically...
on the posts.
Yeah,
and because
there
you
are
have
a
to keep
handful that
Cappy on the
remove Cappy
Scarecrow,
from-
you don't have Cappy at all.
But it's not like Mario Sunshine, where every single one of those stages like that just takes fucking FLUDD away.
Until you go back for the bonus ones on there. Like the ones in... yeah. You get a little of both, but I'm not even talking about that. It's mostly related to, like, the structure of the game. It's what, like 80-something shines are available, and the other... no, it's like 90-something. And the other 20-something are only through the blue coins, which... good fucking luck with the blue coins, unless you have the guide.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I was going to put my money down for worst, like, mainline always intended to be Mario, because otherwise it would be Mario 2. Just because it's not a fucking Mario game, but, like...
Mario 2 started out as a Mario game. That's why we got that awful mechanic added in the fucking NSMB sequels, where you can just troll people you're playing with.
Actual answer, the one that most people will probably say is New Super Mario Bros. 2.
Oh yeah, that
played
one's
it,
just
but-
forgettable. That one's just forgettable.
Yeah, it would
I
probably
want
be
to-
one of the
I'd
one
like
of the
to
new
play
Super
it, 'cause-
Marios.
It's specifically too, because one was good. Wii and the Wii U ones were really good.
Wii was really good, U was fine, it was still good. Better
It was
than
forgettable.
DS, I
It's
think, but it's
really
also forgettable.
forgettable.
But New Super Mario Bros. 2 came out the same year that you did, and so everyone was kind of like, what? Also, I know that it's not compared favorably in terms of like design, but we also know that straight up, like the design of that game was done by people who were learning to make Mario levels. Like basically training a new generation of Mario designers. So you're gonna kind of get it's basically a VLDC.
Yeah. What's the worst Pokemon game?
Probably. Gosh.
How many Pokemon games take place in Kanto? Because it's all of them.
Actually, I might say I've never played it fully, but I might probably say like Fire Red Leaf Green for being weirdly stuck on emulating the original despite being in Gen 3.
And the new things that they did add to them are completely unrelated to the fact that they are remakes.
The other option that I think you'd probably get a lot of agreement on is original Diamond Pearl.
See, I wouldn't answer that, but that's because
I wouldn't either.
they are my nostalgia game, and I actually never played Platinum, so like...
Having played Pearl in its entirety, and then having Platinum was the first Pokemon third version that I got when it was new, could play through and finish it, and it's because it improved Diamond and Pearl that much. Because I got Ultra Moon, and I just kind of like got past the opening like cutscene, and I was like, I can't sit through all these cutscenes again so soon after beating Sun.
The weird thing is, I would say the worst Pokemon game to me is Ruby and Sapphire.
Mine
they've
would
got pretty
probably
weak
be one of the
Pokedexes.
Gen 1 games.
Gen 1 I'm willing to give a lot more leeway to, specifically because they didn't know any better at the time.
Okay, should I say yellow or should I say blue then?
Probably yellow.
I would say,
Yellow
yeah, out
could
of
have
them,
fixed
Yellow
a lot,
doesn't...
and it didn't.
Yellow does not have a reason to exist other than being an anime tie-in. But, like, I would still argue that the actual game design of Ruby and Sapphire, they should have known better than to make the entire back third of the game water. And Emerald fixes the weird story quirks that Ruby and Sapphire had.
And that's why ORAS are... something I've discovered, people who like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are people who played Ruby and Sapphire and not Emerald, or didn't play Gen 3 at all.
Yeah, I genuinely kind of liked...
ORAS are really, really good, but as somebody whose Gen 3 nostalgia game is Emerald, because it's the only one I finished, I cannot enjoy those games whatsoever. Because they undid the fixes. And that bothers me.
The biggest problem I have with ORAS is what's it called? The free Ladio, whichever one you get based on your game.
Put them in the box!
It's more that they felt the need to hand that to you without really justifying it. Like, it just kind of happens.
I mean, the real thing that I dislike about a lot of Pokemon is that they do stuff, or like their B team comes up with a creative idea in their sequels, and then the A team never talks to them and capitalizes on whatever they've created. Like, see basically every single improvement that Heart Gold Soul Silver made.
But yeah, like, it's weird because I will go to bat for Diamond and Pearl basically just being Diamond and Pearl again, with none of the changes Platinum made, even though that is a weird problem that ORAS has. But again, I think that's because I never actually played Platinum.
I think the problem here is that
So here's the thing. The thing about BDSP is Platinum did not fix Diamond and Pearl... did not fix their pacing issues the way Emerald fixed Ruby and Sapphire's pacing issues.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing I was going to bring up.
The big things Platinum brought were mechanical fixes, a slightly expanded Pokedex, which was really, really nice, because the original Sinnoh is really tiny, and the surf speed. Oh my god, the fucking surf speed. A lot of people also remember the changes to the Elite Four. I think making all the Elite Four raw type specialists is really boring. That's something Platinum did. And BDSP has that over Platinum, and that BDSP just said, fuck it, we'll give them the same Pokemon, but we'll change the movesets. It's not like ORAS, where Watson has his fucking Ruby team, and it's an awful, boring fight.
Yeah, like, it's weird because I think, fundamentally, yeah, Platinum fixed the problems with Diamond and Pearl, and I can acknowledge that. But the problems with Diamond and Pearl were entirely gameplay related.
It still has that pacing issue that Platinum didn't fix, where the middle of the game just, like...
Sort of happens.
But,
like, BDSP, they do fix they bring in the Platinum decks. It's just they don't do it directly, they do it through the underground system.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, I think we would see the improvements from the Emerald, from Crystal. Well, no, Heart Gold Soul Silver actually did bring a lot of the crystal stuff.
Yeah, that's why
Heart Gold Soul Silver is
I think
a
the
crystal
main reason
reason,
is that they didn't, for whatever reason, want to make the two games be that different. Like, being Emerald and stuff being a third version has its own unique stuff, and I don't know. It just seems like they didn't want to try.
I think in the case of BDSP, they don't want to change it up too much because fundamentally, Diamond and Pearl are fine. Like, the problem with them is how slow the games actually run on hardware, which was because it was that was just because it was Game Freak working on new hardware for the first time. They always have problems the first time.
Frankly, I still don't like going into Mount Coronet like 6 times.
But that's
Please,
still...
give me multiple dungeons. I don't want the same Zubat, Geodude, Tentacool in the Surf Cave.
It's still more interesting to me than the ocean in Ruby and Sapphire, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Pokemon's
Because
always
I could go to a
dungeons.
Johto game, like 8 different dungeons instead of a different floor in the same dungeon 6 times.
Heart Gold, Soul Silver were basically the ideal remake.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem is they released those so early in the process of them doing remakes that now everything's going to get compared to them.
I want a Kanto remake that actually changes the routes, that like physically alters what they look like. I am so tired of every time I go to Kanto, it's the same red-blue routes.
Honestly,
I would say do
let's-
Kanto, but like 20 years later or something.
Let's
You're
Go
gonna
was
absolutely
a-
go there.
Let's Go was a fine way to remake those games, and I'm fine with them lessening the complexity of them because it is very clear from everything about how they're designed, including the visual design, and like giving you that special Eevee or Pikachu, that like those games are meant to be baby's first Pokemon in a way that the regular games are not. They're not supposed to be Kanto nostalgia. We're gonna remake a game because we need to unfuck the Pokedex again.
I guess it's like, in Heart Gold, they were willing to change the route layouts. They were willing to decorate them, make them at least look more involved.
Or add routes. The whole thing
And
leading
then
to
you
the
look at
Pokepark.
Route 3 in Fire Red, and it's the same. It's literally the same.
Honestly,
It
I'm
hasn't
just
changed. Visually.
I'm hoping that the inevitable Black 2 or Black and White re-release goes does the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl visual style adjustment rather than attempts to translate those games to a fully 3D like.
It's not the grid that's a problem. It's that the routes in Kanto look boring, and they haven't done anything to touch them up ever because they're scared of changing Kanto.
Yeah. No, it's less about like sticking it to the grid for the Black and White remakes when that happens, and more just I don't want to see.
You don't want to see it be
BDS
straight.
BDSP, I think, handled doing a remake correctly, where the presentation is basically an update to how the game originally looked, except the battle system is using the modern hardware. That's what I want to see. Like, put the battle system in the modern 3D environment, but keep the kind of cartoony proportioned overworld for everything else, because that's where Pokemon shines.
But no, they can't do that, because then people will post a screenshot of Dragon Quest.
You mean the game that intentionally threw in a 2D throwback mode?
No, they're posting pictures of the trees and the enemies on the overworld. That's not what they're...
I know.
I fucking hate Dragon Quest fans.
I hate fans.
You're ruining RPGs for everyone else. Please stop.
Well, I mean, one of them is going to jail.
Metroid Prime.
Yay! Good game. Metroid Prime is a very good game.
Yeah.
We spent, like, no time talking about it as soon as I showed up. I'm sorry.
I wasn't talking about it before you showed up.
That's fine, I was barely talking.
So now I want to know, since I have watched H Bomber Guy's most recent multi-hour epic on Tommy Tallarico,
Oh boy.
who is credited in the credits of this game because he claims that he worked on it
He
at
isn't.
some point.
He isn't credited at all.
Oh man,
Wait,
if
he
you
says
have
that
not
he-
watched that video,
I mean, I haven't
It is a
really
real-
had time to sit down and watch multi-hour videos recently.
it is a really good 20-minute long video about the history of the Roblox oof sound effect that spirals into a 3-hour video about Tommy Tallarico.
Tommy Tallarico claiming he was the first American to work on a Sonic soundtrack, when the game he worked on is Sonic and the Black Knight, which also has Howard Drawson, who did the entire soundtrack to Sonic Spinball, and multiple Sonic 3 and Knuckles tracks to replace some of the MJ ones. And the Sonic CD's American soundtrack exists in the first place?
Didn't that Intellivision reboot not actually come out?
No.
Nope. The Miko is dead in the water because he's a fucking grifter.
Yeah, because that was supposed to come out like a year ago.
Like, the weird thing is, the concept behind it wasn't the worst idea. It's
No.
just, if it had been run by literally anybody else... Oh, man.
My favorite video game. The fact that I don't have to sit here and talk about it tells you exactly how much I know about it already, and how I can just play it.
I didn't play Link's Awakening this year. Hey,
played
FP,
Sonic
what are you
Adventure
doing on
this
New
year.
Year's?
No.
Actually, you still have my GBA.
Yeah,
Can
I
I get
do.
that? Can I get that back? Because you gave me that physical cart, the complete in box one,
Oh, right.
and I still haven't played it.
Unintentional.
Nice!
Nice, 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 nice.
uh. Excellent.
So you're gonna boot up Prime 2, right?
No, I'm gonna go and eat some food. I'm hungry.
Reasonable. I just realized what time it is.
Also, I don't think I have a Prime 2 ISO. And if I do, it would... Prime 2 would take me like 10 hours to beat.
Not that long of a game, is it?
I don't know it as well. And I don't,
okay.
I can't run through it. I can't do any sequence breaks in it. I've never tried. All of them require, like, out of bounds. Anyway, I've been going for 4.5 hours here. The in-game time's at 3.5, but we all know how in-game time works against real time. But yeah, I'm all done for the day. We had a good time. Metroid Prime is one of the best games that has ever been created. And I don't think that most people will argue that, so... 20 years
So
of,
there's-
of an excellent game.
I'm sure there's somebody out there who would complain because it's not a 2D Metroid.
Oh,
but
I
they
know
can go
exactly
fuck
who would
them.
complain about this. I know a person. But
Yeah.
I'm not including them here. This is
I'm
my stream.
sorry, but Metroid 2 is not the best Metroid game, and you're crazy for thinking so.
Thank you everybody for watching. We had a fun time today. And it was nice to get back to doing a stream.
Yeah.
I should also be doing some video stuff. I want to be doing some video stuff soon, but not sure what and when. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna head off. So, thanks for watching. We will see you all next time.
See ya.
See ya.